Welcome to Cracking the Rich Code. We're so glad you're here. In just a few minutes, you'll be joining an exclusive experience featuring powerful insights, transformational strategies, and inspired leadership. Please take this time to get comfortable, silence distractions, and prepare to receive. We'll begin promptly at 12 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. be starting shortly. This is your final moment to settle in. In just a few seconds, Cracking the Rich Code begins. Get ready for clarity, abundance, and transformation. Thank you for being here.
Here we go. Welcome to Crack the Code, Crack the Rich Code. We are so excited about today because what a great way to end a wonderful year, 2025, by getting lots of hacks and biohacks and business hacks, abundance hacks to have a better 2026. I am here with Beth Robbins. And Beth, I am so happy about this book. I got to tell you, it has made a great holiday gift. And you're, of course, going to be sharing your bio and abundance hacks later. But thank you for being part of the welcome and the beginning of a great day.
It is my honor and privilege to share this day with you, Ken. Oh my goodness, here we are. I also just want to make sure that we make it clear that I was the very first author in volume one of Cracking the Rich Code, something I'm very proud of, as you know.
Well, I'll give you one more number one. You were the first author from Jim Britt's mastermind to join Perfect Publishing.
Yes, it
Yeah.
was.
And what a difference, you know, that song, What a Difference a Day Makes, what a difference a
Yes.
year makes.
What a difference
So
a year makes. Yes.
the reason I came up with this is actually because of your journey. Your journey 1 year ago was you were not an author. You were looking at a new purpose-driven life. You had a lot of purpose in your life, and you had a lot of people you were serving, but you were looking for a way to step it up. And Carpe Diem, which I proudly wear on my wrist every single day, and all I have is an Apple Watch. That's it. These are my two things I wear. So
All right.
so
I like it.
so you have written 7 books in 1 year. And if you were to advise people how to do something like you did a year ago, you couldn't have because you hadn't done it yet. And so today's
Right.
today's experts are sharing what they've used to create more abundance and save time. And I was just talking to my son about the biggest gift you can give anyone. I told him the biggest gift I give you, Kenny, is I give you my time because that's the best
Mhm.
gift I could give you. And I said the best gift you can give me back is your time. So it's not
Yeah.
it's not one sided. It's anybody's time is the valuable,
It's
and although it may be different values, it's everything to them. And so
100%. That is so it's so great that you're sharing that with Kenny to understand the value of being present. It's not just, okay, I'm going to spend this time with you, but actually be there in that moment. Phones down, no distractions. It's just, it could be 5 minutes, it could be 5 hours, but that gift that you're sharing with him, the value of time, that currency is priceless.
well, there are thank you. And there are 3 reasons that we're doing this event today. And I wanted to announce to the audience and also the people that'll be listening later that the number one reason is Jim Britt attracts amazing people. And these amazing people have a lot to say. And we meet probably at least once a month to talk about our wins and our ideas, but we don't necessarily get to know each other. And the world doesn't necessarily get to be privy to these amazing experts, strategies, hacks, whatever you want to call them. That's number one reason. Number two reason is I want to get to know them better. We know how great they are, but we don't know who they are necessarily. So today's a day where we get to learn about who the person is behind the hack. And the third reason is you, baby. We have a big event called Seize the Day, February 26th is Carpe Diem Day.
Carpe
And
diem day.
and
Yes.
everyone that's speaking, everyone that's listening that feels that they would contribute to what it is to seize the day, we would like to hear from you. We are looking to start the day on February 26th at midnight and go all the way through midnight that day to have a 24-hour day actually embody what it would be to have as many speakers share how to not just seize the day, but to help others seize the day too.
It's going to be an amazing day. I'm so excited. I think that is the ultimate seizing the day is to celebrate Carpe Diem Day.
It
And
is.
the fact that there is a day and what it means, I'm excited to find out what seizing the day means to each individual person because I think it is very, it's a personal thing. For me, I always say seizing the day is making the decision. And
Mhm.
you talked about what does it take to write 7 books? It takes the decision, hey, I'm going to write 7 books. But I didn't wake up and say, I'm going to write 7 books. I said, I'm going to write one book. And
Right.
then that one book led to book two. And then it's like, hey, why don't we write a children's series? We, meaning the royal we. And it was, for me seizing the day, if I can't make the decision, it's a yes or a no. In 1 minute, it's a no. And
Hmm.
and being able to pull the trigger, like, yes, this feels expansive, or oh, this feels constrictive. And understanding, is this constrictive because my fear paradigms are saying, you don't know how to write a book. What are you going to do? Or is it just, this isn't for me? And for me, I got the writing bug thanks to you. And now we have 7 books. We're
Yeah.
working on number 8.
Well, and sometimes speaking of that fear part, that's an imposter syndrome, but it's
Of
also
course.
it's not really realizing that you got one life to live. Why aren't you checking out how to be more uncomfortable? Because I think that Tim Ferriss,
Mm.
I love his quote where he says, "Your abundance and your ability to really enjoy and live life is proportional to the degree of how many uncomfortable conversations you're willing to have with yourself."
Yes. The uncomfortable conversations with yourself. I love the way that's worded.
Yes.
Because, as we begin adulting, we learn how to talk ourselves out of things,
Hmm.
which, and that's the fear paradigm. That's, I've never done this before. That's the imposter syndrome. But there's also life experience. Maybe you wrote what you thought was the most amazing paper, term paper in high school or college, and you got it back red marks. Awful, a horrible writer. You should never write. And that's, somebody somewhere told you you couldn't write. And so you've decided, oh, okay, somebody decided that about me. Is that really the truth?
Right.
Probably not. Probably not.
Not at all. Not at all. And we only have really a couple more minutes to bring up the intro, and then you're going to be the host. But I want to say thank you to you for being a stellar author, a client, and a friend. You have given me reasons to play as big as I've ever played in my life. And although I can't cut sugar out of my diet yet, I am I'm considering it, and it's a big decision to halt something because it tastes good and to live better. And so I'm excited about our new show. We have a show, Seize the Smile, and it starts, I believe, January 2nd. But we're going to do a show to really introduce not just best books and the ideology and the methodology for living a bigger and better life with Season a Day, but it's also to have you adopt a new identity that you are powerful. You are more powerful than you'll ever know. And so
Absolutely.
I'm excited. We're going to be doing the show January and February. And of course, February is the big launch day for February 26th, which is Carpe Diem Day. So
Put that
without
on your
further,
calendar.
yes, February. And by the way, anyone that reaches out to Beth or myself, you get a free digital copy. This book is brilliant. I think it disappears when I show the stack, but there's a stack of this, and there's also my son's books. I will give all the books, my son's, who is Seize the Day, and Beth's, who is Seize the Day, anybody who is joining this call, and also the February 26th event.
Now
How
that's a
about
deal.
that? That's a
That
pretty
is a
good deal.
deal. Come on now.
So you have 5 people that are going to be joining us soon in the
Okay.
next hour, and then you have a new host. I want to say thank you for seizing the day, Beth.
Thank you for allowing me to seize this day, Ken. It's a pleasure to be here with you.
I actually want to say one last thing that's a cool message, which is when you do a book, it's not going to be an overnight success unless you potentially are either well known or you have a lot of money. And I want to say Malcolm Gladwell's book, Tipping Point, is such a great seize the day book because it teaches you how committed are you to the vision, the identity, and the energy you're going to put into something. Because in a year from now, it could make sense why you put so much energy into it now because you believed in it. And I had an interesting conversation with my son, of all people, and he said, "You have all these people in your phone. Why do you need all these people in your phone?" I said, "I don't need all of them. I met all of them. And if I met all of them, I should be responsible enough to communicate with them at least once a year, minimally. And I've chosen to communicate with them, hopefully as many as 4 or 5 times a year. And I'm learning it's not possible as you grow your network to do that. So there's things like automation, there's AI, and you have to do it responsibly. But the more times you're touching people and they see you care, the
Yeah,
more chance you have to create impact in their life, but more abundance in the world. And so I,
absolutely.
I leave that with a very important message because even my son did not get that if you're juggling so much, how can you do it? Well, you have to look at how to seize the day and use hacks like today to actually leverage it and actually balance it correctly.
I'm excited to hear all these hacks today.
Me
I,
too.
I,
So,
I got my paper. I'm going to take some notes.
well, I'm going to exit out because you have your first guest to introduce. Thank you very
Okay.
much. Thanks, Beth. Have a
Thank
great
you
day.
again. Ciao,
Carpe
ciao.
diem.
Hey, you too. Hello, hello. It is my
Hello.
supreme honor to welcome you, Reginald G. Jackson Sr. You
Yes.
are the principal coach and founder of Total Brilliance Coaching, a coaching and consulting firm located in the Washington, D.C. metro area. Reginald offers clients more than 4 decades of leadership development and training experience, serving 20 years as an active duty Marine. As a professional certified coach credentialed by the International Coaching Federation, his clients include emerging leaders, senior executives, and uniformed service members transitioning to veteran status, along with supporting individuals through various stages of personal and professional growth. He also works alongside leadership teams as they navigate the challenges of strategic planning and organizational change management. With an extensive background in IT project management, his knowledge of risk management, operations, and process improvement makes him a valuable resource. Able to navigate fast-paced environments and climates of constant change, Reginald helps his clients turn chaos into clarity through systems and processes. It is my absolute honor and pleasure to welcome you, Reginald. The stage is yours.
Thank you so much. I uh, I often think about how my journey has brought me to where I am and how I can relate that to others. And so, what led me to the chapter in volume 17 of Cracking the Rich Code is a client conversation I had. And so, just a little teaser to uh, the chapter itself. As was stated in my bio, I work with a lot of leaders, and one of the greatest challenges they have is how do they move forward? How do they bring their teams forward? And so during a coaching conversation, my client was just stuck and was working on a presentation and just wasn't clear on how to move forward. And so what was so amazing was the self-reflection that happened after I made a simple statement. And the statement was, you want to make sure you align your focus with your intention. And the moment after I spoke those words, not only did I see the stuckness unleash, but also the wheels begin to turn. And so align your focus with your intention does have a framework within it. And the first thing is to be clear on your intention. So if you have a goal or if you have something in mind, that itself is the intention. And it doesn't necessarily need to be something that's large or complex. It could be something as simple as a trip to the store or finding your keys. I have had situations before where I've misplaced something. And after having put align your focus with your intention into my repertoire of mantras, I just ask myself, well, first of all, what am I trying to achieve? And then am I thinking about, which is the focus, what I'm trying to achieve? And so what is so powerful about aligning your focus with your intention is to first be aware of and remind yourself of the intention. And then think about, is this where I'm placing my attention or my focus? And so aligning your focus with your intention becomes something so simple, yet so powerful. And as I mentioned in my chapter, there's a scenario. So imagine you are in a boat and the boat has no engine or rudder. So whatever the situation happens to be as it relates to the water, if it's calm, if it's moving, you have no engine, you have no rudder, and you aimlessly move about and you have no control. Well, the intention can be either the rudder or it can be the engine or it could be both. And that is the driving force. The focus on the intention could be your hands on the wheel if it's an engine, or your hand on the rudder if it's, say, a sailboat. And now you have the ability to steer where you want to go. First and foremost, because now you have a path forward. So aligning your focus with your intention, and I intentionally repeat that. So for those who are listening, aligning your focus with your intention can be something that you use every day in any situation to remind yourself about what is important and where your mind is focused. So another example, going back to the keys I mentioned, I was looking for my keys one day and I was extremely frustrated that I couldn't find them. And I said, wait, instead of thinking about I'm going to be late, or I should have been more careful, or I should have put them where they belong, all of those uh, thoughts are distraction. And so, what is my intention? To find my keys. I think of the last place I left them, and that is the only thing I'm focusing on. So, in my search, I remembered the last place I had my keys was sitting on top of my dresser. It's not the normal place I leave my keys, but it's what I recall. I went straight to the dresser and there they were. Because I aligned my focus, what am I thinking about? What has my attention to my intention, which is finding the keys. Anytime you have thoughts or conversations with yourself or even with others, and it doesn't focus on the intention. Take, for example, a meeting. It's not unusual for different topics to come up. If it's not in keeping with the agenda, whoever's involved in that meeting can very well be moved aside, or their focus is no longer on the intention, which is the agenda. More importantly, do you have an agenda or an intention? So always being mindful, it's so important to remember you have an intention and you want to make sure your focus is on the intention. And again, I'm intentionally repeating this. So align your focus with your intention. Align your focus with your intention. And in doing so, you will be able to recall what it is you need to do to move forward. Also, keep yourself on track as far as where your thoughts are. Another thing I tell my clients is lead with logic. And by leading with logic, all of the emotion, all of the negative self-talk, all of the shoulds, because we do should ourselves. I should have done this, I should have done that. In making sure that all of those distractions have been eliminated or at least minimized, it then gives you a much clearer path toward aligning your focus with your intention, so that as you go through whatever process or framework you have put in place, by aligning your focus with your intention, it gives you the opportunity once again to keep your thoughts and your conversation aligned with your intention. So one of the last things I want to leave you with is anytime you find yourself frustrated or you find yourself perhaps unclear or maybe even distraught, take a pause. Ask yourself, what is it I'm trying to achieve? Not where did I go wrong? Not how did I get here? And certainly not, I'll never make it. But why am I here? What am I ultimately trying to achieve? That is your intention. It's the short term, medium, or long term goal. What are my thoughts right now? Are my thoughts getting me any closer to or keeping me reminded of what I'm ultimately trying to achieve? If it is not, again, lead with logic. All emotion needs to be set to the side because the frustration, the negative self talk, the blame, and perhaps if it's in conversation with others, the argument. It's not unusual for us to either place blame or be blamed for something that has occurred, which is past tense. So aligning your focus with your intention is current state. So in my current state, what will move me forward? Not how did I get here or why did I get here? But moving forward. So understanding your present state, looking at the future state, aligning your focus with your intention. So you are able to move in a direction that not only serves you, but in most cases serves others. So align your focus with your intention gives you a framework to move forward, to stay on track, perhaps get unstuck, and realize how powerful you can be in anything you not only put your mind to, but in all the things you want to achieve. So again, align your focus with your intention such that with any situation, reminding yourself of that mantra will move you closer.
That was amazing. You were speaking my language. Thank you so much for that. My big takeaway is align, focus with intention equals clarity. Love that. Thank you so much for coming on today. It's a pleasure to meet you. I look forward to reading your whole chapter.
Thank you. Page 97.
All right, page 97. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Would you like to also offer how people can get a hold of you? We're not doing that. Okay. Hello, hello.
Hey, Beth, how are you?
I'm great. Welcome to the show. It is
Nice to have you.
I would love to fully to welcome you in. Mr. Rutherford Pascal is a leadership strategist, former biotech executive, and creator of the PID, the PID system, a powerful framework that helps organizations elevate culture, retain top talent, and unlock high performance. After leading national teams at Sanofi Genzyme for one of the largest product franchises in biotech, Rutherford now equips leaders and organizations with the tools to stand out, serve at a higher level, and build a legacy that lasts. Welcome, welcome, Rutherford.
Thank you for having me. Appreciate it.
The stage is yours, my friend.
Hey, thank you. Thank you. All right. So I wanted to talk to everybody about wealth, right? This and understanding that the richest form of wealth is that is that understanding that every single person within an organization, within the ecosystem of an organization, contributes to the success of that organization. And when leaders, CEOs acknowledge that those individuals, every single person in that organization, it contributes and makes it a success, they have exponential success moving forward. So really, that's what I've written about. That's really one of the things, the critical thing I want everybody to get out of this is this thing about wealth and the greatness of wealth and the greatness of being rich, right? And it's rich not only financially, it's in all aspects of being rich. So I wrote a chapter. The book that Beth talked about, the PID system, is really about how to add value to yourself, right? In the book, Cracking the Rich Code, I write about how leaders, CEOs, and owners need to appreciate everybody. The chapter is called The Forgotten AI. AI is the number one thing that everybody talks about right now. Well, the forgotten AI is appreciation and impact. Appreciation and impact for the work that every single person does in that organization. Now, if you think about if you appreciate people and value everybody for what they do, for the good work they do, and I want to emphasize for the good work they do, they will continue to do good work and they'll probably do better work, right? Let me take the opposite of that. When you do not value your employees and they have to leave at 5 o'clock, they don't leave at 5. They've probably left at 3:30 mentally. The last hour and a half, they're just walking around the building. They've checked out. They're checking Amazon. They're checking this. They're not engaged in the company. And one of the things you hear about all the time is how important engagement is. Now, I want you to think about valuing people. When you value everybody in the organization, when you think about what they can bring to the bottom line, when you recognize them for the great work they do, they're not going to just do the tasks that you ask. They're going to do the tasks that you ask and then some. They're also going to think about solutions to problems that have never been solved. They're also going to think about opportunities that they see in their work that might be able to grow the business, grow the company, put in a stratosphere that nobody ever thought about, right? And they're not going to work till 5. They're not going to be the Fred Flintstone where that horn goes off and they run out of the quarry, what Fred did. They're not going to run out of the building, right? They're going to continue to work. And all of a sudden they notice, oh my God, it's 6:10 and I'm still here because they're engaged. That's what happens when you appreciate and value everybody that works in your organization. Let's take the role of the administrative assistant. So the administrative assistant, he or she is doing that work. And what if they feel valued, if they feel listened to, if they feel respected, they might put together a filing system that now is so much easier to work with. Or they might look at the onboarding system and say, listen, I think I could do this better, and take that on. And now every single person that gets onboarded in that organization feels special, feels unique. So those first 90 days, those first 120 days of a new employee, they feel great. Guess what happens when they feel great? They stay on. They're engaged. And that's one individual bringing value because they feel value. And the impact that has on the organization is ridiculous. It's unbelievable. So in the book, I talk about 3 companies that cared about every single person in their organization. And it's companies that are really huge, like the huge, and people think about high priced, like the Ritz-Carlton. Also, people, at the beginning of Southwest Airlines, when they were coming up, they cared so much about the people, like at the counter, right? And a signal the planes in, they cared about that. And by the way, Herb Kelleher, who was the CEO, he talked about them all the time. And it's the reason that he talked about them and cared about them, that their stock value was the #1 stock value for 30 years. If you want a share of Southwest Airlines for those 30 years, you were doing better than any other stock ever in the 70s all the way up to the 2000s. So the value worked. And it didn't matter if you were this peanuts, this airline that gave peanuts, or the Ritz-Carlton, who they both cared about their employee, and their returns were outsized because of it. So impact is just not for the small company, it's for all companies. And when you appreciate people at a high level, it just continues to grow and grow. And if you're thinking about both those companies, that they've created long-term wealth. And everybody in these organizations like that feel very, very, very special. You can do the same. At any company that you're with, if you think about how can I say thank you? How can I just send a card? How can I just smile, right, at somebody in a really authentic way? That makes their day. That makes them want to stay more. So let me talk about the 2 things. There's an invisible architecture that's in every organization, and it's the people behind the scenes, and nobody sees them. Nobody cares about them. Go ahead and start caring about them. Think about them. Say thank you, because they're not seen, but their impact is immeasurable. And without them, things would collapse. Okay? So I want you to see others. I want you to value others and understand that the impact and the results, the wealth or the richness of those things that you do will grow so far, so fast. It's going to be further than you've ever anticipated. Thanks, Beth.
That was so great. Thank you so much. I am sitting here with goosebumps because, again, you're speaking my language, and I'm so glad to be face to face with you and share that I will never think of AI the same again. It is, get this, appreciation and impact. And the value you talked about, just smiling at somebody and how that ripple effect. Oh my gosh, it's like I have goosebumps, and I thank you so much. I'm so glad. Thank you for sharing that. I can't wait to read your chapter and know more about the PID system.
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you so much. An honor to meet you.
Thanks for talking to me.
Of course. Have a great day. Carpe
You too.
diem.
Take care. Bye.
All right. Ciao, ciao.
Bye.
Well, it is time to introduce our next guest. It is my absolute honor to welcome Mr. Steve Walsh. With over 25 years of consulting experience, Steve Walsh has a rich background that began as a developer and evolved through various leadership roles, including global program management at Microsoft and delivery director for top-tier enterprise resource planning, that's ERP, consulting and system integrator firms. Throughout his career, Steve has successfully managed managers, technical teams, and functional consultants across the globe. Steve is passionate about creating exceptional experiences through professional services, helping technical teams achieve high performance, and simplifying effective communication. Inspired by his own journey, he now focuses on coaching IT professionals, leveraging his extensive industry expertise to empower individuals in finding clarity, purpose, and advancing their careers. Steve is a member of the Forbes Coaches Council, co-author of volume 13 of the international best-selling book, Cracking the Rich Code, a certified trainer of the Success Principles, a certified dream coach, and a certified Align coach. He holds an MBA in technology management from the University of Phoenix and a bachelor's degree in business administration with an emphasis in computer information systems from Northern Arizona University. It is my absolute honor and pleasure to welcome you officially, Steve Walsh.
Thank you, Beth. Appreciate the great introduction. And it's an honor to be part of Cracking the Rich Code. Like Beth said, I'm in volume 13. And when I was coming up with what does my chapter look like for this, I thought about my personal career. And really the chapter is about why capable, hardworking people hit an invisible wall in their careers and what they can do to break through that management barrier that holds so many of us back. So early in my career, as if you listen to the bio that was read there, I'm a technical guy, and like most technical professionals, I was the guy that stayed late, volunteered or took on extra responsibilities. I went and got lots of certifications, and I put in a lot of work. And what kept on happening to me was I was watching other less experienced professionals get promoted past me. I didn't think, it wasn't really a skill issue, and it really wasn't a work ethic issue. But I kind of figured out it was a perception issue. See, I wanted to get into management, but others didn't see me as a manager, mainly because I wasn't showing up like a manager or like a leader. And one of the things I learned was other people will promote others into roles that they can relate to. So if they could see themselves in you and see inviting you to the management table, then that would happen. For me, I got pigeonholed. They saw me as a technical guy. They saw me as the programmer. I showed up like a programmer. I talked like a programmer. I dressed like a programmer. And that was the perception problem. That's how they saw me. I got pigeonholed. And having that realization was the momentum that moment right there changed the momentum of my career. So what I started doing was observing and learning. And I looked at the managers that were in my company. I started looking at how do they dress? How do they talk? How do they show up? How do they handle themselves when a tough situation comes up? And so I changed some of my behavior. I started to dress like them, talk like them, try to figure that out. And what I was doing was modeling. And modeling isn't pretending, it's making changes to the external so that your internal beliefs can shift and start to help you look at how you feel and project yourself internally for those positions that you want. That's what modeling. Once I started doing those small shifts, the impact was huge. That's when my career really started to change and the momentum started to help. The second part that I wrote in my chapter was about communication, how you communicate. And what I learned in is that it wasn't the message that I was trying to deliver, it was how I was trying to deliver that. So kind of give you an example of that. If you're on a radio station and you're broadcasting, but you want to reach an audience that's listening to a different station, they're not going to hear you. So we have to learn how to change the station that we're on and get on the same station that our audience is on. So a powerful personality assessment tool I like to use is DISC. And what DISC does is it helps you understand the different communication styles that everybody has. And DISC stands for, the acronym DISC has different meanings. So I'll just kind of talk about that real quick. So the D is for drivers. These are the folks that are direct. They drive things. Generally, they're salespeople or chief operating officers. They want the facts. They want to know how to fix things. They're quick. If you're vague and take too long to get to the point, you may lose them. The I is influencers, and they're energetic. They're about stories. If you come off a little too cold or rigid, they're not going to be able to follow you. And support are the ones that want to help. They want to be collaborative. If you force something on them, they may pull back and you may lose them as well. In clarity, the C in DISC are the analyticals. These are the engineers, the accountants, the IT professionals. They want to be precise. They want data. They want logic. If you come with them with emotions or if your message is vague, you'll lose their trust. So DISC, the communication styles, is what helped me identify not only my communication style, but what the other person's communication styles. So now I can switch from one station to the next. And when I did that, when I started learning how to do that, my communication became better, my influence improved, and my ability to manage other people, either up or down or sideways, improved. So it's not so much what you say, but making sure that the other person can hear you. And the third piece that I talk about in my chapter about breaking through the management is my own belief or the belief system. So I'm not talking necessarily about the beliefs, the surface level beliefs. I'm talking about deep level subconscious beliefs. These are the ones that show up when you least expect it, and they have you sabotage your own career. For me, it was imposter syndrome. I was a tech guy. I was being sold into projects and different events as the expert. And I just kept on thinking when I was on site or I was working with a client that somebody is going to figure me out. And so that was a big piece, is fixing my belief. And I did that through affirmations, journaling, and taking small calculated risks. When I took a step outside my comfort zone and I didn't fall apart, that's when my confidence grew. And what I found is that when I worked on myself, then I became a different person. So working on your internal beliefs helped with the external opportunities. They just happened to show up when you believed yourself better. I use these three key principles as a core foundation to the things I teach today. It's about how you show up with modeling, how you communicate, and how you believe in yourself. And these are the things I help with other people. There's really two groups of people I help with. And the first group is the individual. Maybe it's someone who's inspiring to become a manager. Might be a consultant that wants to become a trusted advisor. Or it's just someone who is in a high level position and they just want to become a better version of themselves. The other group is with firms, specifically consulting firms. One of the challenges that they have is they have very technical people that can deliver. But the gap is on the human side. It's those soft skills. It's being able to set correct expectations, having influence, building trust early. We want to make sure that those projects are delivered on time and under budget. And we can only do that when the consultants are performing at a high level. So I help consulting firms build master consultants, help them get clarity on their communication, build leadership, and get those projects delivered on time. If out of everything in my chapter that you want to take away is you're probably closer to a breakthrough than you think. And it's all about how you show up, how you communicate, and how you believe in yourself. If this is something that resonates you, I certainly encourage you to reach out to me and we can talk about what that looks like for you. And I hope you get a whole lot out of listening to the different speakers and the authors that have taken time and invested in cracking the rich code. So thank you, Beth.
Thank you so much. That was fabulous. Really, really great tips. I love the three that you brought up. And my favorite is tuning into the frequency of the person that you are communicating with so that they can hear you.
Yeah.
I love the DISC method. So thank you for sharing that. That was fabulous. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Can't wait to read your chapter. I got a lot of reading to do.
Yes. Awesome.
Thank you for being on the show.
Okay. Thank you.
And here we are with our next guest. Welcome to the show, Gloria.
Thank you, Beth.
It's a pleasure to have you. I want to formally introduce you, Gloria Liebecker, a relational healing mentor, trauma-informed guide, and founder of Healing You Sanctuary near Spokane, Washington. She helps women transform unconscious patterns, heal relational wounds, and reclaim their voice through trauma-informed coaching, somatic practices, and the wisdom of horses. She facilitates constellations with horses retreats and leads programs that support deep self-trust, embodied leadership, and lasting change. Gloria is a co-author in Cracking the Rich Code, Volume 15, to enrich any area of your life, where her chapter shares her rich code for moving from silence into soulful voice, an actionable inner shift that opens the door to more freedom, connection, and abundance. Welcome, Gloria. The stage
Thank you
is
so much. Thank you. Well, today my talk is called The Rich Code of Returning to Your Voice. And when most people hear voice, they think confidence or public speaking. But I mean something deeper. I mean that inner place where you know what's true before you can explain it or justify it or talk yourself out of it. For a long time, I didn't live there. As a little girl, I learned how to survive by reading the room. I became quiet, careful, easy. On the outside, I could look fine, even cheerful. But inside, my nervous system was always scanning the room. Because when truth doesn't feel safe, you don't just lose your words, you lose your connection. And eventually, you can lose yourself. So here's a question I want you to hold gently for just a moment. Where did you learn to go silent inside yourself? Not necessarily out loud, inside. Where did you learn to swallow your no or smooth your edges, to stay agreeable, to stay small? Because perhaps it felt safer. That pattern, whatever version you carry, it does have a cost. It can cost relationships, health, joy, and yes, abundance. Because abundance requires aliveness. And aliveness requires truth. For me, the first place I felt truth return to my body, it wasn't in a classroom, therapy, or in a book. It was with a horse. When I was young, a small black Morgan mare came into my life, and I got to name her. I named her Beauty. Beauty didn't ask me to be impressive. She didn't need me to perform. She didn't require an explanation for my emotions. With her, my body could finally exhale. And without realizing it, I was learning something essential. Your nervous system needs safety before your soul can speak. Years later, that understanding became the foundation for the work I do now, helping people unwind those unconscious patterns and reconnect to their inner truth and return to a life that actually feels like it's theirs. It's also why I created my podcast, The Healing You Method, to make healing practical, relational, and real. Not performative, not theoretical, real. And more recently, something else has become deeper medicine for me. I came back to writing and I came back to singing, not as a performance, as a way home. Because when you've spent a lifetime adapting and managing, expression isn't extra. Expression is integration. So if this event is about a hack to make 2026 more abundant and fun, I'm going to offer you something simple and surprisingly powerful. I call it the 3-minute Rich Code Reset. And it's built for the moments when you feel yourself slipping into that old operating system, overthinking, people-pleasing, numbing, snapping, or shrinking, performing your life instead of living it. So the first step is you put one hand on your heart and you ask, which tree am I in right now? Because I work within a framework called the 2 trees. And one is the survival tree. It's fear-based. It's approval-based. It's scarcity-based. It's where we hustle for worth, or we overfunction, or we just disappear. And the other is the tree of life. And it's presence-based. It's truth-based. It's connected to what's real. And just naming the tree interrupts the trance. So step 2 is to write 2 sentences, not a journal entry, just 2 sentences. The first one is, what I'm really feeling is, and then write what you're feeling. And second, what I really need is. This is where your voice begins to come back online. Clean, simple, honest. And step 3, this is the one that surprises people because it sounds almost too easy. Hum. Gently inhale through your nose and then hum a slow, easy exhale for 6 to 10 seconds. Again and again for about 1 minute. Why humming? Because humming naturally lengthens your exhale. And a longer, slower exhale is one of the simplest ways to nudge the nervous system towards rest and digest. It's like telling your body, we're safe enough right now. And there's also something about the vibration and the voice itself. You're using your throat. You're using your breath. You're using your sound. And it can help your system settle and organize. Now, I'm not calling this a medical device. I'm saying it's a practical lever. Longer exhale and a gentle vibration, plus using your voice, it equals a signal of safety. And when your body feels safer, your truth gets clearer. Just one word of caution, if you notice you get lightheaded in that minute, just shorten the exhale and soften the hum. And that is the whole reset. Takes only 3 minutes. And here's why it matters. Abundance isn't created only by strategy. Abundance is also created by self-trust. And self-trust, it's built in those tiny moments when you stop abandoning yourself. And this is what I mean by returning to your voice. Not just what you say to the world, but how you stay connected to yourself when it would be easier to perform or to appease or to disappear. In my own life, returning to my voice has looked like telling the truth sooner, listening to my body faster, and letting creativity become medicine, writing about what's real and singing what's true, allowing sound to move the emotion instead of storing it. And the unexpected gift. When I do that, life gets clearer. Relationships, they get cleaner. And decisions get simpler. And my energy, it comes back. So if you want a true hack for 2026, here it is. When you feel yourself leaving yourself, pause. Ask the tree question, write down 2 sentences, and hum for 1 minute. Then make the next choice from the tree of life. Because the richest code I know isn't a secret trick. It's a return. It's a return to your voice. It's a return to your body. And it's a return to what's really true. So thank you. I look forward to getting to hear how the music comes back alive in your life.
Wow, that was absolutely beautiful. You touched me so deeply. I felt like you were speaking to me. And my favorite thing that you said early on was aliveness requires truth.
Mm.
That was beautiful. Thank you for those three tips at the end too. I wrote everything down. So thank you so
Well,
much.
you're
You're a
welcome.
beautiful
Thank
soul.
you.
I'm happy that I was able to share this time and space with you, and can't wait to read your chapter as well.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Have a beautiful day.
You too.
Oh my goodness, we are having our next guest, Steve Higginbotham, also known as Steve Higgy, the coffee coach. Woo woo! Steve is the leading authority on talent acquisition and career progression. Steve brings a bold perspective, deep expertise, and transformative methodologies to help professionals navigate and solve complex, systemic challenges with clarity and confidence. He is a talent acquisition expert, motivational speaker, author, and mentor. Steve's talent for cultivating impactful partnerships consistently enhances communication and fostering cohesive teams, resulting in outstanding employee engagements, uplifted workplace cultures, and improved leadership. Steve's unwavering commitment to purposeful action and intentional leadership sets him apart. Additionally, Steve is not just easy to work with, he's a catalyst for transformation. His electrifying energy ignites inspiration that lasts well beyond his presentations. Steve doesn't just speak, he connects, Through dynamic engagement and meaningful interaction, he creates a personal experience that resonates deeply with his audience. Steve takes immense pride in cultivating leaders and champions, challenging them to raise their expectations and dismantle limiting beliefs. He equips them with the tools to succeed, fostering a mindset that drives unstoppable progress and a life filled with possibility. This ensures his message isn't just heard, it's felt, embraced, and acted upon. Welcome, Higgy, to the show.
Thank you so much, Beth. Thanks for having me. That is a good intro. I appreciate that. Great. What I'd like to talk about today is part of the co-author within Cracking the Rich Code, Volume 17, is about Be You to Full. And I'd like to talk about passion, purpose, and intent. Most people talk about kind of work-life balance. I'd rather like to look at it as work-life harmony. In its simplest form, it sounds very easy, but sometimes it's hard to follow your passion, to have purpose in all aspects of your life. That is the harmony piece. And to wake up and live your day with pure intentions. But what does that all mean? I'll give you an example. Today, a lot of you're going to hear about abundance. For me, it isn't about having more. It's about what matters most. You already have it. Inside, you have insight. There's plenty of opportunity. You have connection. And you've got to utilize your momentum. Generated through alignment, your action is not chasing, it's not forcing, but it's aligning your values with your passion for a greater purpose other than yourself and being intentional about it. When I did some research on abundance, it's the state of alignment, the orientation. It's not your bank balance. It's not necessarily wealth. Abundance in its true core is alignment. And when that's shared, that's where the magic happens. That's where the energy grows. For instance, leaders that I've worked with, they don't dim their light when they give away, when they're abundant. They brighten up the world. They help people find their true passion, find their purpose, and live their life with intent, not just at the workplace, but in all aspects of life. That, for me, is beautiful. That is harmony. So creating something that your life keeps creating, not just the wealth, but the legacy. Money's always good, don't get me wrong, and it helps us do more. Yet we have abundance at our fingertips, and I think sometimes we don't even understand it. You can talk about the internet, AI, computers. Everything is right at your fingertips. But think about this Cracking the Rich Code community right now that you're listening to. That is a community you need to tap into. That will help you create abundance in your life. That will help you create alignment. That will help you create harmony. Now, sometimes when you're looking at abundance and I don't have enough, you might be thinking, how can I give that away? But creating abundance for others is strengthening your community. And it continues to create. It's just like coaching and mentorship. Being able to help someone pay it forward in a sense, for lack of a better term. But that is what abundance is. That is what harmony is to me. Now, beautiful flows right in with all that. It's when people are allowed to be fully themselves and their values multiply naturally. It's not forced. You're not chasing it. There is clarity. There's alignment. There's harmony within all of that. And that's what I think is most important. Now, some people might be saying, where are we trying to secure abundance in our life? Do we participate in it? And abundance can show up in many ways. For me, It's the fear of scarcity of time. As I get older, you can tell by a little bit of the gray hairs that I have, that I might be afraid that I don't have enough time to complete all the things that I want before I'm finished here on Earth. Now, my worries maybe today are money and time, but my passion, the abundance that I have, the energy and the drive, it's not necessarily money related. It is time bound. And I know that it's running out very slowly, but that is my fear. Now, if I channel this correctly, my motivators for getting up and get going every day, it's now. My harmony is, again, feeling my life with my passion, knowing and finding my purpose, and living that life intentionally. Don't wait for it. There's never going to be a perfect time, and time is running out, however slowly. I'd like to encourage all of you to think about where you're at today. Where does that align with your passion, your purpose, and then be intentional about it? Again, I talked about my fear is money and time. Never have enough of it. And if I had more of it, I'd give a lot of it back. But rather than being a worrier, I choose in my mindset to be a warrior. Now, I started my consulting business this year. That was very scary. But to become ultimately successful, I can't be afraid of that. I have to continue to strive for my new successes, climb bigger mountains. But again, finding my purpose. My purpose gives me harmony. With that, abundance can show up in many different ways. It can be increased strategic thinking. Maybe it's a little bit of risk calibration. Maybe there's a long-term payoff. Going for the long game, not the short game. But there is plenty of resources out there. You just have to perceive it. You have to find it. It's sufficiently at your fingertips. There is abundance in all aspects of your life if you just look at it. Set your fear aside and be useful.
Thank you so much. I love calling you Higgy. That was great.
I prefer that.
My favorite is abundance is alignment, and your purpose gives you harmony. And of course, the whole turning the warrior into a warrior. I think that all aligns together. Thank you so much for that. That was a gift today.
You're very welcome. Thanks
And
for
it's
having
good to
that.
see you. It's good to
Likewise,
see you.
great to see you. Appreciate it.
Don't forget to carpe diem.
Always.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Well, hello, Doug.
Hey, Beth, how are you?
I'm great. I believe we have another host coming on. Daryl is coming on. I'm going to let Daryl
Hi,
do the
Brady.
wonderful honors of introducing you and wish you guys a great day. Have fun.
Awesome. Thanks. Nice to see you.
Nice to see you.
Bye.
Hey,
Hi,
Daryl.
Beth. Hey, how you doing, Doug?
I am doing great.
Is your last name pronounced Geisler?
Giesler.
Giesler. Okay. Giesler. Yeah, so let's get right into the introduction. It seems like it was very active before we got into my hosting and all that. So a little bit about Doug for all of you. I got a good old bio for you right here. Doug is a top seller, award-winning SC Realtor. What's SC stand for? South Carolina?
South Carolina.
Nice. He has sold over 140 million and achieved Diamond Realtor status many years running. Congratulations. That's awesome. At Lake Homes Realty, he has been awarded the Big Wave Award for closing 10 million 8 times. the Aqua Award 3 times, and as one of the originals, the First Wave Award as well, for launching the state of South Carolina and Lake Murray. Clients rave about Doug on Google and other platforms. On top of this, Doug is an international best-selling author, educator, and coach as well. He is committed to helping individuals unlock their full potential and achieve extraordinary success while maintaining inner peace. Doug shares transformative strategies to UNL. I don't know if this is a typo. UNL unlimit your limit.
That's right.
Like
Unlimit
United
your
Nations.
limit.
Okay. By overcoming limiting beliefs and cultivating self-awareness. Drawing from his extensive experience, generating top performance in business and uplifting other, Doug equips you with practical tools and techniques for personal and professional growth. His approach and philosophy centers on the concept of attuned living, emphasizing the integration of mind, body, and spirit to create a harmonious and successful life. Do you want me to read all of this?
No, not at all.
Would you rather say it yourself?
Yeah. No, I can go through. Just showed up to just give some tips as to how to develop this mindset.
Yeah.
You want me to go ahead and go right into it?
Yeah. Business mindset. Yeah. So, Doug's warm smile, refreshing outlook, and win-win philosophy are inspirational. Challenging beliefs embrace each moment an opportunity for growth and become the instrument of positive change. Join
Right.
Doug on the transformative journey towards self-mastery and fulfillment. So Doug, I'll give you the floor and you can talk all about what you do.
Sounds fantastic. Thanks a lot, Daryl. So I am actually in Jim Britt's Cracking the Rich Code Volume 16, and the title of my chapter in that book is Unlimit Your Limit. And the reason why I wanted to title it that was because over time for me, building abundance was a constant bumping into my own limits and seeing where I was stopping myself or getting in my own way. And building abundance has meant more peace for me, but not really for the reasons that I anticipated. It was kind of relative to bogging down with emotions and not bogging down with those emotions so much anymore. So my intent is to help people with identifying struggle, stress, and suffering, which stems from fear, anger, frustration, regret, guilt, and especially grief. Emotions carry a lot of energy. So my basic answer to that is we try to fix the wrong thing. And addressing the emotion itself is part of the problem because the emotion is really a clue to a time divergence. And so the battleground is really versus time and where your mindset is versus the emotion itself. The emotion itself actually gives you the energy to increase your focus and other things. So we're not talking about time management from a mental perspective. We're talking about presence versus projection. We're talking about the now versus the past. It's experiential. It's not thought-based. You can't fix this with thinking harder. Thinking harder doesn't solve the emotional issues that us humans suffer from. It's really an imagined timeline, which is what holds us captive. The nervous system stresses, which produces chemicals and more energy, and that overflow surges and makes us react to these imagined threats. And I talk a lot about reaction versus action in my books. And the real difference is really habit versus new actions. And so if we can drill down on and see the timelines, it helps us to overcome ourselves, basically. So psychologically, internally, we ask a question, really, where am I right now, time-wise? And so then you can kind of drill in on the emotions, the fears, which if you really look down on from an oversight perspective, you see the emotion, you see the fear, which really requires mental time travel. So it puts us in a timeline situation, um, want versus don't want, fear versus desire. And what you realize, if you really study this and see it, is that fear can't live in the now. Presence closes the time door, and the future can no longer project the way that it does in the mind. What happens? Our magnetism, our chemistry, it follows that projection, and then we live in that stressed out world in time. So we're basically captivated in the moment and not in the moment for ourselves. So triggers are basically our past colliding with now and the future colliding with now, and the body reacts before the actual storyline unfolds. So we remain a prisoner of time versus being present. So by increasing our awareness, we actually slow the loop, which allows an intervention of sorts in time and seeing time for what it really is. And it's taking us out of the moment. And we look at it from a time versus space reality, it puts us back into that wanting state. So if you look at wanting is a future mindset. And what we're seeking is control, some future imagery that's actually creating tension within our mental time frame, and it's displacing us. So control is actually a future-based mindset trying to make a reservation, what I call a reservation, to a future event. And that future imagery hasn't happened yet. It may not happen at all. So real life doesn't happen that way. Peace is not available in the future. It's only available now. So what I created was some mental mind toggles to help me stay present. One being forgiveness to the past, and the other being faith towards the future. And they're buffers to help me stay present. So faith and trust allow presence, responsiveness, and allow the observer self to watch the thoughts, but not panic, not go into fight or flight. And the observation and separation, overseeing time as an elemental, creates the space we need for optimal choices. And so that puts us into the gap. And the gap between stimulus and response is where choice lives. And seeing that gap with presence allows us to observe time in a way that we didn't do that before, because we were trapped inside the mind and not above it. So awareness widens the gap because we're mentally in a position observing the mind versus trapped in the sequencing and task-oriented mind that we were in before. So presence actually shuts off the threat chemistry and the fight or flight responses, because time's no longer an issue. The divergence actually collapses. And clarity stabilizes with attention, focus, this elevated vantage point above time. And so to summarize, fear, by the nature of it, with all the energy that it packs, compresses time, whereas presence actually expands time. Same clock, different perspective, different experience. Awareness actually sees both. So the idea is increase your awareness, your perspective changes, you have more stability, more balance. Fear actually burns energy. Presence is observing it and releasing energy to where it's needed, where we need focus, we need attention, we need energy physically to move. Our higher power, higher self is energized and focused and available. And what we realize by kind of observing from this perspective is that we are not our reactions. We are actually pure potentiality if we actually attain presence in the now moment. And there are new actions that are available for us to choose versus our habits and programs. So our identity actually stabilizes, it softens a bit, and we become the instrument of change for ourselves, which is actually the title of my first book, Be the Instrument. Not because we lose the backbone, but because we see very clearly in the moment what's needed now. There's no bias anymore. There's no filters. It's pure data. And so what happens is we have access to that data, and we can make better choices. So this leads to freedom. It leads to peace amongst the chaos. And what we realize is that freedom isn't in outcomes or control of outcomes. It's in the balance. It's in, the now moment. Freedom exists outside of the time windows that the mind tries to project or remember. So emotional sovereignty is the key to really a more balanced life. Emotions are energy, and once this is understood, there's a quiet internal victory that arises frequently because the energy is used more beneficially, and it ultimately ends in freedom. So, what Saint Francis and others call the peace of all understanding is something that you realize, and it can happen even amongst chaos. This is actually covered in great depth in my books. I'm actually working on another book relative to fear specifically. There's a whole bunch of downloadables that we can make available as well, but that's the essence of what I try to communicate in the books. You got be the instrument, and then forgiveness to let go of the past, faith to let go of the future, and be present right now.
All right. Sounds great. So thank you for coming on. Where can people find you on social media?
There's a couple of free downloadables. You can grab one at betheinstrument.com. You can grab another at the fwordforgiveness.com. You can grab the Faith Accelerator program at the fwordfaith.com. And I'm going to be developing one for fear.com too. And I'm on Facebook, Unlimit Your Limit, and Facebook, Be the Instrument. Just about to start a YouTube channel as well, but I haven't actually gotten the time to actually create it. But those all the books are available at unlimityourlimit.com, and they're on Amazon and pretty much everywhere else as well. So grab the free downloadables. Grab Be the Instrument is the first book, kind of sets the stage for everybody. And then, like I said, the following books are actually really geared towards drilling down on the moment, the things that take people out of the moment, and all the things that I learned with presence and awareness.
Yeah, that's awesome. Awesome. Thank you, Doug.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks so much. Where will I see this?
So it's actually on YouTube right now, so you could find it. It should be Cracking the Rich Code. It'll be there, and then it's also being recorded right now. You could actually see it inside the browser where it says YouTube in the corner, or if you're on a computer, and then you just click it and you'll see it.
Okay.
But next on, we're gonna have David. So let's see. Yeah, there we go. So David Goldberg. Such a cool last name. I used to watch wrestling all the time. That was exciting for me. And
the wrestler is so non-me. Oh my goodness.
Yeah. You look about like 1 foot smaller, 300 pounds thinner.
Yeah, probably more than
They're
that.
all like 7'3". So David Goldberg, you co-founded Life Hack Tees. Oh, are they like life hacks on t-shirts?
No, different bio.
Oh,
that is not me.
Oh. Gotcha. Okay, so we got David here.
This is a test for you, live on YouTube.
Yeah. So how about you introduce let me see. I'll look for the name David real quick. Double checking. You know what? Who could tell their story better than themselves? Yeah. David, go ahead. You have the floor.
Yeah, and to your credit, just so you know, it was only about a half hour ago that the schedule changed in the back end of this live YouTube video. So I was pushed forward. So that kind of makes sense. Yeah, my name is David. I am the proud owner of an international voice recording company. We are based in New York City. I began the business 38 years ago. I have an amazing team, and we record commercials, the soundtrack for video games and cartoons, lots and lots of audiobooks, documentary soundtracks, videos, all sorts of things. Okay, I think we've possibly lost Daryl, so I'm just going to take it away. I have 8 minutes to share with you, I think, something that everyone needs to learn. Everyone needs to think a lot about. In all of the years of owning my business, I've always focused on two things. First, I've focused on running the business, which I love. The other thing I've focused on is working in the business. So I work on the business and I also work in the business. And when I work in the business, my day-to-day role is producing voice actors and celebrities and musicians and CEOs and podcasters and authors to speak in a certain way. And it's amazing. And over these 38 years, over tens of thousands of coaching and directing sessions, I've come across with some commonalities, some ways that people can improve the way they speak. The way that they speak is so important because it is how people perceive you. And I learned along the way that there are a number of things, 4 things in particular, that people do in terms of the word choice, the words that they choose, that can either turn on or turn off their listener. I want to say that in different words. These 4 different words, types of words that you can choose when you speak, they can give your audience, they can make you, you can speak in such a way that they perceive credibility, more or less credibility from you. I want to share these 4 things with you because, they're amazing. When you speak, it's so helpful if you remove hedge words. At some point, I will explain what hedge words are because some people don't know. Second thing, change the word but to the word and. More on that in a moment. Third thing, when you speak, use a positive first word response. More on that in a moment. And the fourth thing, try to give things a positive spin. Now, the best way I can show you this is by giving you an example. So I'm going to share my screen and show you exactly what I mean by all of this stuff. Okay. Here is something that might happen at work. A new customer asks if you can complete a project by Monday, end of day. Very common request. It's a new customer. You're excited to win this new customer. Here is what most people would say. Most people would say something like, yeah, I think we can do that, but it'll take some preparation. So let's examine this sentence. Let's see why this won't convey as much credibility as you wish you had. Number 1, there's a hedge word. Think. Earlier I mentioned that one of the 4 things that people use commonly when they speak are hedge words. Hedge words are words that lessen the certainty of something. Hedge words are words like, I think I can. I should be able to do that. Maybe I can do that. Perhaps I can do that. Those are hedge words. Boy, this person who spoke the sentence, yeah, I think we can, would sound so much more credible if they said, absolutely we can. Think about that if you are if you are a customer looking to hire a service provider, and that service provider says to you, I think we can do that, versus absolutely we can do that. That makes a big difference. That's one of 4 things. The second thing I mentioned was changing the word but to the word and. Here's the word but. When you hear the word but from someone, it automatically brings your head into a negative place. So this person could have said, instead of but it'll take some preparation, they could have said, and it'll take. Now they're keeping the customer motivated. Third thing, there's not a positive first word response. A positive first word response is something you say at the very beginning of your sentence to kind of stimulate engagement. So instead of saying yeah, as I said a moment ago, you could say absolutely. Fourth thing, it's great to give everything a positive spin. Let me show you an example of this. Look at this version here. Absolutely, we can do this, and I look forward to taking some time to carefully prep for it. I went into the world of search. I looked at how much more successful are people when they remove hedge words? How much more successful are people when they replace the word but with the word and? How much more successful are people when they use positive first word response? And how much more successful are people when they give everything a positive feel? The average was 98%. So in other words, if you do those 4 things, I believe you will be 98% more successful. I want to show you 2 other quick examples. Okay. You were slammed at work, and it took a while to respond to someone. You could say, "Hi, Bev, sorry for my delay in getting back to you. I had a lot of work, and I fell behind." All that shows your listener is that when you are busy, you fall behind. That's all negative. Why would someone want to do business with you if you fall behind? Instead, you could say, "Hi, Bev, I'm catching up on emails, and how fun to see yours." Or instead, you could say, "Hi, Bev, it's been an amazing last few weeks. We had a number of new projects come our way, and now I'm super excited to work with you." I want to show you one more example. There is someone in my office who always misses meetings. When we go into a meeting, I feel like I need to say, and I'm using a fictitious name, I feel like having to say, "Hey," I'll use my own name as a fictitious name. I feel like saying, "Hey, David, don't forget the meeting. Don't forget the meeting." But that's just going to make him feel terrible. And as we approach a meeting, I want him to be positive in these client meetings. So why would I make him feel rejected or uneducated or dismissed? I don't want to do that to him. I want him to come in motivated, positive. So instead of saying to someone, "Hey, don't forget that meeting," instead of saying, "Hey, don't forget about our 10 a.m. meeting," I could say, "Hey, I'm really looking forward to meeting you at 10. Or, "Hey, thanks in advance for meeting at 10. Or, "Here's the link for our 10 a.m. meeting in case I forgot to send it to you." Look at this next one. "Hey, by the way, I now have a hard out at 10:30, so if you want to begin earlier, let me know." These are all kinder ways of saying the exact same thing. So, the lesson for you, I believe that if you remove hedge words, replace the word but with the word and, use positive words in the beginning of your sentences, keep things in a positive give things a positive spin, you will be 98% more successful when you speak. I want to just let you know, if you want to get in touch with me, I am a speaking and presence coach, and my email is david@edgestudio.com. I'll repeat that, david@edge, which is EDGE, studio.com. Thank you so much.
Thank you, David. That was
Okay.
awesome. And we are going to, Daryl, I'm all good. So we're going to go ahead and have you take a little breather for just about 10 seconds so we have a cut. And Daryl, I got this. You're going to bring him out to the last one, right?
Okay.
Thank you. All right, we're just giving a little breather while Daryl, okay. All right, David, thank you so much for being part of Crack the Code, and you have certainly given a lot of great information. I love your look. I love the studio. I love the lighting, and I know your next hack is about actually really showing up, and I wanted to say thank you also for the help you give to all the mastermind members, especially myself, when it comes to gifts of wisdom. So I'm looking forward to giving that book out to a lot of people. Thanks to you, you are a man of detail, and you care about every single nuance being subconsciously and consciously received the right way. So the floor is yours. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Ken. And yeah, you're absolutely right when you said people recognize these traits or not. It's interesting. There are a bunch of things that we all do. Well, hopefully you won't do any longer. A bunch of things that we all tend to do unless we are conscious of them. These are things we do when we are online. You probably Zoom all day. You have client meetings on throughout the day, new customer meetings, meetings online with colleagues. It's so critical for you to maintain and even enhance your professional image. However, most of us do a few things that sort of weaken our professional image. It seems silly to me. except most of us are just completely unaware of what we are doing. So I want to talk about a few things. Number one, audio quality. It is absolutely necessary to have good sounding audio. Most people don't recognize how bad their audio sounds. More importantly, most people don't understand how bad it is to have bad sounding audio. When you have bad sounding audio, meaning your microphone sounds hissy, or there's noise in the background, or lots of echo, when you have that going on, poor audio quality, people perceive you to have 25% less credibility, which is ridiculous. That loss, or that weakening of your credibility, that weakening, the eroding of your professional image is important to you, and you're the only one who can maintain it. I repeat, the moment someone hears echo from your recording or noise, they perceive you to be 25% less credible, and that's a big hit on your professional image. So you should have a decent microphone, but that's not super important. What's most important in terms of audio is to have a good sounding area to record or to speak on your microphone. I'm in a room right now which has cement floors, cement walls, sheetrock ceiling. I'm in our basement. It's the holiday time. I'm working from home. And if I didn't treat my acoustics, I would sound like I'm in an echo chamber. So I spent about $50 at Amazon, and I purchased acoustic foam, and I stuck it on the ceiling above me. I put a carpet on the floor below me, and I spent another $100 on foam, and I put it on the walls behind me. I chose black foam, because it matches the interior of the recording studios that I own in New York City. However, you can get the foam in white and all different colors and patterns and all sorts of things. And it gives you a good sound. If you don't want to lose that credibility, then purchase some foam from Amazon. It makes a big difference. Second thing, looking good is critical when you are online. And I don't mean your face, are you personally attractive or not? That's something we don't control. I'm talking about, are you well lit? It's important to me to be well lit, because if you are not well lit, if you're in the dark, you again can lose up to 25% of your credibility. That's what people perceive. So I spent about $100 and I bought 2 really good ring lights. I would encourage everyone to purchase ring lights, 2 of them. Ideally, you and the ring lights make a triangle. I have one ring light that direction and one ring light that direction. When you get them, I strongly encourage you to purchase one that has an intensity knob on it, so you can turn up or down the lighting. If I turn mine all the way up, I'm completely blinded and shiny and everything. And if I look shiny, then it could look like I'm sweating. And if it looks like I'm sweating, it could look like I'm nervous. And if it looks like I'm nervous, then people lose even more credibility in my performance. So get ring lights that can be aimed, and you can turn down the intensity. I have one of mine actually facing up, hitting the ceiling, hitting the foam, and bouncing off of the foam. It gives me just enough light, and it's super important to do. Next thing, your camera angle is critical. Your camera lens rather, should be at the height of your eyebrows, just above your eyes. So if I point my hand out, my camera lens is right there, just above my eyebrows. And here's the thing. I've been on Zoom calls before, and I look at someone, and their head is like this. That doesn't make any sense, because then the Zoom is full, your Zoom square is full of background. If you're talking with a colleague or a customer, if you want to build your own credibility, then you should be more present. You should fill the screen. Your head should go right to the top of the camera, or the Zoom square. And hopefully it's clear. When I say Zoom, I also mean on any video conferencing software, Google Meets, Microsoft Teams, or whatever it happens to be. You should fill that square. Next thing, your background is so important. Once again, if you get on to a video conference, a Zoom call or something, and your background is all cluttered, people perceive you to have 25% less credibility. It's always this 25%. Every search I do, it's always 25%. And this makes sense to me. If you asked me to tell you about someone who you had never met before, you said, so David, what are they like? I might say, well, they're kind of unorganized. Or if my first thing was, well, they have a lot of stuff in their house. Or the first thing was, well, their desk is really full of and cluttered. If that was the first thing I told you about someone, you might think, yeah, it's probably like a person who's like kind of disheveled, or they lack the focus, they lack attention to detail. Well, when you get on Zoom with someone, their first impression of you is your background. When you think about it, when you get on Zoom with someone, before you speak, before they hear you, the first thing they see is how well lit you are in your background. So if your background is cluttered, that conveys your personality. It's critical to have a background that is clean and clear. Study after study shows that when you have a blurred background, it can do more harm than good, because when you have a blurred background, very often, I'm sure some of you have seen this, parts of bodies kind of disappear and reappear. It's kind of weird, right? If more than likely you've seen this, and so you know when I say this, it's distracting. And why would you want to be on Zoom and do something that is distracting to your audience? When you have a fake background, it makes people think, why do you have to have a fake background? What's really behind you? What do you have to cover up? Once again, studies show that it's best to have a real background. There are times that you have to have a fake background. I get it. I had a meeting recently, an emergency meeting. I was at a hotel. I tried every position to find a place in my hotel room that didn't show the bed, which would be weird, or the bathroom that would be weird. I couldn't find a spot, so I did a fake background. And sometimes you have to. But unless you have to, then you should have a real background that's not cluttered. Last thing, I strongly encourage you not to have a big window in your background or a big light or something like that behind you, because that throws off the camera. Let me explain. If I had a big window behind me, it would be so bright right now that my camera would adjust to that bright light and it would put me in dark. Also, from your perspective, if things went by the window, cars or people walking by, that would be distracting. If you're giving a presentation, if you're leading a seminar, if you're giving a customer pitch, an investor pitch, an elevator pitch, if you're on a speaking panel, you should be the focus of attention. You should fill up the screen, look good, sound good, and do your thing and not have anyone have any distractions. If you have any questions on this, please feel welcome to get in touch with me. My name is David Goldberg. My email is david@edgestudio.com. Again, david@edgestudio.com. Someone came and someone went. I'm not sure if I'm going to be on, but I can keep talking and I can give you more information until someone else comes on. Oh, I think someone's coming on now.
Hey, David.
Hi, Daryl.
I've made some adjustments hearing what you said.
Yeah, you know what's interesting,
And so-
Daryl, very fast, and I want to just explain one quick thing for people. Any echo you hear in your own recording space is amplified for a number of technological reasons. It's not worth getting into now. But if you only hear a little bit of echo where you are, it probably sounds much more echoey to your audience. So just keep that in mind, everyone.
Gotcha. Cool. And then, thank you for all that. It'll help all of us. It's like a public service announcement. I was looking you up, and it looks like you worked with Deep Purple and John Mayer too.
I played for John Mayer. Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, my main thing with him, I've mixed and engineered for him, but I ended up playing on a couple of songs.
That's cool. Yeah, I worked with over 11,000 CEOs. It's a little late to get into it, but hey. Anyways, thank you so much for coming on. The next person we're going to introduce up is actually, he should be here. I think I see him having his microphone, yeah, there we go.
Hey, Daryl.
Hey, how you doing?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing good. So you are Mike Van Pelt. Am I saying that correct?
You got it, man. Or
There we go.
MVP. Some people call me MVP. It just happens to be
MVP.
my
That's
initials.
pretty good.
Yeah. Yeah. You know.
Yeah, makes it simple. So where are you based out of?
So I'm just outside of Atlanta, Georgia, in Kennesaw. So, like much of the country, we are about to get, some cold weather. We've had beautiful 70-degree temps over the last week, but we're about to get nailed.
Lucky.
So, but yeah, just down here in Atlanta.
So I'm going to go into your bio. Looks like I have the information on it. So Mike Van Pelt is a men's mentor, author, speaker, and podcaster committed to strengthening the masculine heart and restoring purpose-driven leadership in men. He is the author of True Man, True Ways, a roadmap of discovery to the masculine heart, and a contributing author in Cracking the Rich Code, Book 11, where his chapter, The Power of Asking for Help, challenges men to reject isolation and step into growth through humility, faith, and brotherhood. Through his speaking, coaching, and podcasting, Mike calls men to lead with conviction, live with integrity, and build lives rooted in God, family, and a lasting impact. Yep. So, I'm going to give you the floor. Go ahead and take it away, Mike.
Yeah, thanks, Daryl. And that's what I'm going to talk to you guys about today is the power of asking for help. So when I was included in Cracking the Rich Code, book number 11, I wasn't really sure what I was doing, but that chapter on the power of asking for help really began to catapult things to me and began to put things together. So I want to share with you what I've learned so that you can step into the same abundance that I gained by learning the skill of raising my hand and asking for help. So real quick, just humor me for a minute. Everybody raise your hand. Just go ahead and get your hand up there all the way. Now look at that. You can raise your hand. So the issue isn't ability, it's willingness. And for a long time, I was a man who kept my hand down. And what I'm here to tell you is this: abundance showed up in my life the moment I learned how to ask for help without shame, without excuses, and without pretending that I had it all together. So let me take you back a little bit. When I was 6 years old, I was diagnosed with a lazy eye, astigmatism, where one eye doesn't develop right. And if you don't treat it, your brain basically ignores it. And so the prescription was glasses and a patch over my good eye to strengthen the weak one. Now picture this: a kid in the 70s wearing glasses was unusual, and a patch, that was not cute. In fact, it made me a target. But the moment that really stuck wasn't the teasing. It was a simple vision test where the doctor showed me an image and asked me what I saw. And I said confidently, well, the moon is jumping over the cow. And he chuckled and said, no, the cow is jumping over the moon. And right there, something got planted in me: embarrassment, shame, the fear of looking stupid. So I made a decision, maybe not out loud, but certainly in my heart. Well, I'm going to stop asking questions, because if I ask, they'll find out I don't know. And that was the beginning of I'll just figure it out all by myself. And that mindset followed me into adulthood. Now, fast forward, like a lot of men, I learned how to function, how to perform, and how to produce. I learned how to look capable even when I felt uncertain. And I learned how to carry weight and not talk about it. And if you're honest, you know that list: the pressure at work, the distance in relationships, the wear and tear on your body, the responsibility of providing, and that quiet feeling that nobody sees you. I lived with this idea that asking for help was weakness, that if I couldn't fix it myself, well, I wasn't a real man. But here's what I learned the hard way: pride doesn't protect you, it isolates you. And isolation doesn't just drain you, it shuts you down, your ability to experience any form of abundance. Now, what do I mean by abundance? Let me define abundance, because I'm not just talking about money. When I say abundance, I mean peace of mind, strength in the body, truth in relationships, clarity in your purpose, and confidence in your leaderships, and of course, depth in your faith. Abundance isn't when you stop living clenched up, tight-fisted, trying to control everything, and start living open-handed. Now, here's the image that God used to get through my thick skull. Picture holding sand in your hand. At first, you think you can control it, so you squeeze tighter, and then tighter, and then tighter. But the tighter you squeeze, the faster the sand slips out. And that was my life, just trying to white knuckle everything, trying to be the hero, trying to be the answer, trying to be strong alone. Have you experienced this? Then imagine opening your hand and letting someone else cup their hand beneath yours to help catch that sand. Now you can hold more together. That, friends, is asking for help, not weakness, wisdom. You know, my real turning point wasn't some kind of motivational quote or video. It was a moment of honesty when I finally admitted, God, I can't do this on my own. And I don't mean that nice religious phrase. I mean, I was done pretending, because my self-sufficiency wasn't making me more of a man. It was making me tired, disconnected, and hollow. So I started doing something that went against my 6-year-old self. I started raising my hand. I asked God for wisdom. I asked mentors for direction. I asked brothers for accountability. I asked for coaching and perspective. And yes, over the years, I've invested in coaches and mentors. I've intentionally put myself in rooms where I wasn't the smartest guy. I let others help sharpen me, and it really changed everything. So what does abundance look like on the other side of the ask? Well, I got my peace back because I stopped carrying everything alone, stopped acting like everything depended on me. Sound familiar? My relationships got stronger because asking for help teaches humility, and humility makes you safer to live with, work with, and love. Isn't that what you're looking for? I became a better leader because leaders don't pretend they know everything. Leaders get the right people around them and move forward with clarity. I became more confident, not less, because when you ask for help, you stop guessing, you stop spinning your wheels, and you stop circling the same mountain. And I'll tell you the biggest one, my faith got real because I stopped treating God like a last resort and started treating him like the source. That, my friends, is abundance. Here's the line that may hit some of you right between the eyes. Most men don't fail because they're incapable. They fail because they stay silent too long. They wait until it's overwhelming. They wait until their marriage is cold. They wait until anxiety is crushing them. They wait until their body breaks, and they wait until they're stuck. Then they finally ask. But abundance doesn't require you to hit rock bottom. It requires courage. So I'll ask you straight up, what area of your life have you been keeping your hand down? Is it your marriage, your health, your calling, your leadership, your faith, your finances, your mental load? And what's the sentence that you keep telling yourself? I should be able to handle this. I don't want to look weak. I don't want to bother anyone. I'll deal with it later. Here's what I've found. Later is expensive. Later costs you years. Later costs you peace, cost you connections, and later will cost you your best life. So let's test this one more time, shall we? Raise your hand again. Now keep it up and hear this. That's not a hand of weakness. That's a hand of wisdom. That's a hand of humility. And that's a hand of leadership. Because the man who asks for help is a man who refuses to stay stuck. And if you want abundance, and I mean real abundance, it's on the other side of the ask. So this afternoon, don't just raise your hand in this room, raise it in real life. Ask God for wisdom. Ask a brother for support. Ask a mentor for guidance. Ask a coach for a strategy. Ask your wife for honesty, and ask your friends for accountability. Because help just isn't out there. Help is unlocked by the ask. So I want to thank you today for allowing me to share a little bit on the power of asking for help. God bless everybody. And I hope you were able to get a few tidbits out of learning how to ask for help. So I can certainly keep talking. Or Daryl, there you are.
Hey, how you doing, Mike?
Good.
Yeah, that was great. And so asking for help, it's really great hearing your story. Faith changed my life. Let's see where I'm just finding the description for the next person. And did you share already where to find you on social media?
I'll tell you what, if you go onto my website at truemanlifecoaching.com, you can connect to me on my calendar and all my social media, my podcast and everything. So it's simple as that, truemanlifecoaching.com.
All right. Sounds good. All right. And the next person that
Thanks,
we have
Cheryl.
coming up. Yeah. The next person we have coming up is Melissa, and I think it's Borowitz or Borovitz.
It is. You got it. You got it.
Yeah. And so just a little background I got here for Melissa. Melissa Borovich, CEO and founder of the UTech Group, is an organizational development expert who understands that the heart of any business is human connection. With a unique background that includes a master's degree in marriage and family therapy, she possesses a rich understanding of the relational boundaries that can limit both personal and corporate growth. For over 20 years, Melissa has worked with organizations ranging from 10 to 3,000 employees, helping them navigate difficult transitions and maximize their leadership potential. Her comfortable and relaxed style puts people at ease, allowing her to establish a common language that permeates an entire organization from the leadership team to the customers they serve. As the second generation of a company with a 35-year legacy, Melissa has guided thousands of people through their next phase of growth. She proves that the key to unlocking an organization's fullest potential isn't just about changing processes, it's about transforming relationships. Above all, Melissa is a wife and mother to 3 sons. She is most fulfilled when spending time with her family, usually at a basketball game, football game, or track meet, cheering for her boys. In her free time, Melissa enjoys lifting weights, hiking, or reading a good book. She has dedicated her life to helping others and is most proud of raising her sons to be incredible, kind humans. I think that's all. There we go. Melissa, go ahead and take the floor.
Thanks, Daryl. Awesome. I'm happy to be here this afternoon joining all of you. And I was a co-author in the most recent publication of Cracking the Rich Code, Volume 19. And in that chapter, I write about mastering uncertainty and finding strength during uncertain times. So today I want to spend a little time talking about what we do when the unexpected happens and how do we build a life of abundance when we're facing hard times, when we're facing things that we weren't planning on happening. And this is a particular good time because we're heading into the new year, and this is usually a time where we're feeling hopeful, we're setting goals, we're thinking about what's to come in the year ahead. But I also recognize that this is also a time for some where it's a challenging season, where the future may look uncertain, and you don't know what's coming next. And the thing is, each of us at some point in our life is going to face some life-altering challenge. And that could look like a business downturn. It could be an investment that went bad. It might be the loss of a loved one, or a health scare, or a devastating diagnosis. For me, what this looked like was just 3 years ago, I was diagnosed with multiple sclerosis. And getting diagnosed with MS was not part of my plan. So for those of you that don't know what multiple sclerosis is, it is a autoimmune condition where our immune system attacks the myelin sheath on our nerves, disrupting the communication between our central nervous system and the rest of our body. And it can look very different for every person. It depends on where our immune system attacks, and so hence the multiple, because it can look so very different. This diagnosis a few years back just rocked my world. It was not part of my plan, and it wasn't what I chose or would have chosen for myself. And yet, at the same time, it was something that I had to navigate and learn to live with. And I'm at a place now where, I've made so many changes really positively, and I wanted to share at least some of my story so that those who are listening can glean some insights that can help you work through whatever challenge you may be facing, to move towards a life of abundance for yourself, not in spite of life's challenges, but because of how those challenges can fundamentally change you and transform you and your relationships. And that part is very, I think, pretty incredible. So what I had found when I was facing my own change, but I also find this when I'm working with business owners and CEOs who are navigating change and growth and transition in their organizations, is that there's these 3 stages. There's the before, the idea of who we are and our identity and all of that. And then there's the during, which I kind of call, like, when we're going through it, is the messy middle. It's just we're in it, and it's can be scary. And then there's who we're becoming. So how we're transforming and changing really as a result of how we've approached whatever challenge we may be facing. So in the before, for me, I found that I had a picture of how my life was going to go. I didn't even consciously know that, but being married, having 3 boys, owning my own business, I kind of thought things were going to go along in a fairly linear fashion. I would continue to grow. My boys would graduate high school and go to college, etc. And then my picture for the future changed. There was this very real possibility that I could face a future of disability, and I wasn't quite sure how MS was going to change my life. So what I had felt at that time, I was fearful. I was angry. I didn't know why I was going through this, because I considered myself healthy and active. And there was a lot of uncertainty as I faced the unknown. There was a large part of me that just wanted to go back to the way things were before there was this MS label, before the doctor had announced this diagnosis. But once those words come out of someone's mouth, you can't put them back in the bottle. And but I think fundamentally I was like, I'm still me. I still am a mom, a wife, a business owner, active, and I didn't want to lose those things that were so important to me. And so I entered into like this messy phase, the unknown. And the unknown is scary. There's a lack of predictability. We don't know what's coming, yet it's in the mess that change occurs. And we have a choice with where we place our energy. And that's what I'm hoping all of you hear is, we have a power to choose to take action, or we have can focus on the power of fear. And there's absolutely fear when you're facing a challenge. There's fear of the unknown, fear of, for me, letting MS define me, and fear of what could happen. And that fear was initially a motivator of what I didn't want. But I would say fear is really not a lasting motivator for change. So I chose to focus on what did I want for my life. So I researched, I found models of success, I gathered my support system, and through that, I think it's important, a couple of these things to pay attention to create a vision of what you want. What are you moving towards? So yes, there's been this thing that's rocked your world, but how do you want to move through that? And then how can you take charge? For me, I took charge of my health. I focused on nutrition and anti-inflammatory diet, exercise, being present with myself, managing stress, which was not easy, and still is a challenge. And then I started small. So I focused on one small change I could make at a time. And with each change that I made that became a habit, that helped grow my confidence that I could do hard things and I could continue on and that it was achievable. And I started to feel better. There was symptoms that ended up getting reversed, that gave me that motivation that it was working and to continue moving forward. And then through that, like some of my belief systems started to change. I went from being really focused on helping others and being a caregiver while hustling and being self-sufficient, to learning to take care of myself. And the former speaker talked about asking for help. I think it's also important as a female to learn, okay, what does it mean to take care of me so that I can be the best version of me for those around me? And this ultimately kind of led to me becoming. And I think where I find myself today is that I'm living with, not against. And MS doesn't define me, but it sure has changed me in pretty dramatic ways. Just like countless other experiences have, to be honest. It just happens to be that this one's pretty significant. And when we choose to face the uncertain and step into the unknown, when we choose courage over fear, we truly do have the ability to transform our lives. Today, I find myself being more present, being more aware of my own needs, being a role model for my kids of not letting something define you or just happen to you, but to get off the sidelines and be an active participant in your health journey, to be empowered, to find hope and find ways to make changes. And now I'm in a place where I really believe my body can heal. And my neurologist says with me that I'm going to be that active grandparent someday who's out there with my kids and grandkids. And that is so encouraging. And I hope for any of you listening that if you're feeling hopeless, that you take action, that you start looking at what are the small things you can do today to find hope, because there always is hope, and you can find faith and take action to face the unknown head on and live the life that you were meant to have, a life of transformation and abundance. And just know your story is still being written and you have a choice with what you want it to say. So thank you for having me. I'm so happy to have shared my story with you, and I hope it provides some encouragement as you head into the new year.
Awesome. Thank you, Melissa.
Yeah, you
This
bet,
is a
Daryl.
great story. One of my good friends was misdiagnosed as having MS, actually.
Oh, no
And
kidding.
years down the road, they figured out it wasn't MS. It was, I don't know what it was. It was like a mold toxicity poisoning or something like that. But
Okay.
who knows at this point?
Yeah.
But well, actually, no. She had other problems like it was a bladder issue. I don't know how they misread that so bad. But anyways, yeah. So I guess the next person is going to be me. Thank you so much, Melissa. I guess I'm gonna talk about myself and then get into it with
Oh,
myself.
Daryl,
I can maybe
we're not
introduce
gonna let
myself.
you just come in and not be introduced like everyone else. Thank you so much, Melissa,
Okay.
for being with us. And so we want to give you the same courtesy. So everyone, thank you, first of all, Daryl, for your great work this last hour of hosting and doing an amazing job. And so everyone, Daryl is a dynamic sales professional who has sold over $10 million in products in his lifetime. And so he is with the team of Dream Body RX, which will achieve $5.21 million before 2026 quarter one is over. And so we want to invite you, Daryl, to share what is really on your heart for this time and this time. Hear what he has to say, everyone, so that it can change you and help you to decide to sell what you have to offer. Is that right? So thank you, Daryl, for being here, and we're ready and waiting and excited for what you have to share with us.
Great, that's perfect. Appreciate that. Yeah, so when it comes to everything that I've been working on, all the businesses, everything, the way that I've been approaching my life is the minute there's an opportunity to take it, to try to make something of it, and not be afraid to challenge who I think I am and go pursue what I could do and what's possible. So that's led me to starting a peptide company with some friends. That's led to managing an art gallery that's worth $297 million with my friends who are deeper into the art world. It's led to me going and starting my home service company that I've wanted to start for years and getting everything in place, getting ready to start retail locations, get my products and branding into Lowe's, Walmart's, a lot of big box stores, Costco's, and taking some risk and getting myself out there. And it's led to me working corporate jobs for companies like Spectrum and Frontier Communications right before their merger, just to get all these companies ready for their big changes. And that's led to a lot of my own reflection on what it is that I think success is and what I think I need to do to succeed. And it's made it so I want to I've had to make bigger connections with everything. I can't just talk to people who make $50,000 a year and have never thought about expanding a business. And so, but I've also learned from the people who make the $50,000 a year and saved a lot of money because they've been wise with what they're doing. And I encourage wisdom with money, not foolishness and ignorance with money, and being patient, spending below everything. I mean, it's pretty obvious. You spend below your means, and the people who are spending above their means right now, they're suffering the consequences of that. I mean, now auto loans are $100,000 because people will just see the $250 a month and then not realize it's a 10-year loan or something. And so the more awareness you have with the world around you, the more awareness you have with how you interact with it, the better your life's going to be. And the more thinking ahead that we do, and the more we work with the people that we love and care about, the better we're going to do in all that we strive to succeed in. But knowing our weaknesses and our strengths is important. We can't just neglect our own something we need to work on that would help us in the long run, because we're just focused on right now and how we are right now, not how we could be. And a lot of people are chasing envy. They're envious of others. They're chasing keeping up with the Joneses. They're chasing things that don't move them towards what they want, but rather what they think other people should see them have. So when they get a pay raise and they're doing better, they try to change. They start to upgrade their cars, upgrade their home, and increase their debt to match what they were making before. To make it either the same amount of money they have coming in and coming out, or less. And that doesn't help anybody, except for the companies that are fooling you into spending all that money. And so slowly but surely, I've just been piling on as much as I could and putting as much as I could to work on my own development, to understand what it is that I'm doing to get in my own way and what I'm doing to stop up my own ebb and flow, the abundance, the success, the joy, the radiance. And so, but sometimes you just don't even know, like Dream Body itself, the progress is exponential and not something we directly anticipated. We thought, hey, maybe it'd be cool if we make like 10 million or something like that in the next 2 years. And the amount of growth is so fast for that, and for Dream Team, which is the commercial side of the company. And so we're gonna, within this next year, we're gonna have our own pharmacy. We're gonna have a Dream Body labeled pharmacy, and then it's gonna be a part of our company. And I'm gonna contribute to making that happen and do everything I can so that it's all going along the path that needs to go. But 10 years ago, I would not have worked this hard, and I would not have known what to do and thought it through and studied other strategies people use. And usually it was theory. Now it all gets to be practice. Now you get to throw out what doesn't work and keep what does. And so I've been blessed. I've been very lucky to have the patience and the awareness to work on the things that I know that I need to work on. And if I was, there are times when things appear to be negative, when it's really just a criticism. And then there's other times when it's really negative. It is sucking energy out of the room, and it's taking things, opportunities away. And knowing when you could vent to your spouse, or when to go for a walk, or when to spend some time reflecting. I found the best place for me to reflect is on vacation, going out somewhere, even if it's like a weekend somewhere, or a week in another state or another place. But yeah, I mean, that's ultimately what I spent a lot of time reflecting on. And I think this is an appropriate place to just talk about all that and how it can help maybe anybody watching this, or even people in the panel. But yeah, that's the thing. One day, makes sense. I'll be easier.
Hey, when we're doing multiple things here. Okay, so thank you, Daryl, for sharing and your openness and your willingness to share with us. That's great. That's great. And so we are bringing in, I'm going to let you continue on with Salua, and she's going to share.
Oh, that's how I say it.
She's going to share, and she's got amazing sharing that she's going to do, and Beth Robbins will come up after her. Okay?
All right.
So
sounds good.
we want to go ahead and do some detailed sharing. Salua.
Yeah. We got. It's Saloa. Is that pronounced correct? Saloa?
You got it. Yes.
Saloa. Laloa?
Salwa
No.
Lahlu. Yes, you got it. Salwa Lahlu.
Lahlu. Okay. Salua Lalu. Lahlu. Yeah. So, trying to think if I know what that means in English. I don't. Sometimes.
It means sweet honey.
Oh, really? Oh, wow. That's awesome. So this is sweet honey. That's awesome. Yeah, my name like doesn't translate to anything. Let's see. Salua Loa
لحلو.
is a transformational leader, speaker, and founder of Munaya. Munaya?
منايا.
Is
Correct.
it? Yeah. A retreat and coaching platform. Oh, okay. A retreat and coaching platform dedicated to helping women rise into their fullest expression. Through her lived experience of adversity, faith, and rebirth, Salua teaches that true wealth is not what we accumulate, but who we become.
Mhm.
Her work empowers women to trust their inner guidance, live curiously, and build a legacy rooted in purpose, connection, and divine alignment. Awesome. Yeah, it reminds me of Saba Yusuf, if you know who that is. Anyways, great. I'm gonna give you the floor. You could go ahead and talk about what it is.
Thank
What
you.
you're doing.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Daryl. I would love to share a story today about what happens when we finally listen to our body. So, what if your body was your bank account? Not the one you opened at 18, but the one you live inside. Every time you ignore it, withdraw. Every time you push through pain, withdraw. Every time you betray your rest, withdraw. I didn't check the balance until it was almost empty. A miscarriage in Morocco, a grapefruit-sized cyst, and a wake-up call I never asked for. That's when I learned the richest kind of wealth is inner wealth, and the body always keeps the books. I lost my child in a hospital hallway with no anesthesia, no comfort, and no one looking me in the eye. That wasn't just the day my dream slipped away. It was the day my body cried louder than I ever had. For most of my life, I believed effort could fix anything. Want something? You push through, you plan, you perform, you persist. That worked in school, it worked in business, it even worked in relationships. From the outside, I looked rich, not just financially, but in status, in checkboxes, in wins. But inside, I was running on empty. Because wealth isn't just money, it's energy, it's peace, it's how deeply you can breathe at the end of the day. And my body, my bank account of truth, had gone bankrupt. So when I decided I wanted to be a mother, I brought the same kind of mindset. I tracked the cycle, I followed the plan, I did everything right. But what no one told me was this. Some dreams don't respond to force. They respond to transformation. That summer I flew to Morocco carrying more than a suitcase. I carried a miracle, a second pregnancy, a second chance, a whisper to God. Let this dream live. Between my nonprofit camps for girls, I rested in my hometown of Fez. I meditated, I held my belly, I prayed. But one night, pain came like a storm, sharp, deep, and forgiving. There was blood and more blood. I tried to stay calm. I tried to stay standing. 2 hospitals turned me away. I collapsed in the backseat of a taxi. And when I finally made it to the 3rd hospital, I was barely conscious. They scraped me open in their bright lights. No anesthesia, no comfort, no dignity. Just a nurse pulling clots from my womb like she was finishing a chore. And through the haze, I remember thinking, she's throwing pieces of my dream onto the floor. The next morning, I lay in my mother's apartment, empty, bruised, silent. And one question rose up inside me so loud, I couldn't silence it. God rewards dreams. So what did I do wrong this time? Why, while I was helping girls rise, Was I being brought to my knees? That question shattered me, but it also opened me because I realized I had treated my body like a machine. I used it, I pushed it, I demanded from it. I treated health like a tool, not a treasure. I didn't yet understand that true wealth isn't what you earn, it's what you can feel. Love, presence, vitality, trust in your own body. And I had traded all of that for achievement. And my body, it was asking for a refund. But I had never once asked it, what do you need? So this time, I didn't just grieve, I listened. After the curettage in Morocco, doctors found something else, a cyst, the size of a grapefruit. They said surgery, then IVF. And then back in the US, I saw another doctor, another scan, another confirmation. Same advice, cut it out, medicate, move on. But something inside me, something I had never listened to before said, no. Not because I was afraid, but because I finally understood. This wasn't a medical emergency. It was a soul cry. I had been rich in action, but poor in rest. Rich in control, but poor in connection. And this was my first lesson in cracking the real rich code. Wealth is the ability to be deeply, fully well. So I paused everything, work, travel, hustle, the chase, and I sat still every day for 5 weeks. One hand on my womb and one breath at a time. And what I heard was unbearable. Sadness I had ignored, grief I had buried, shame I had carried, exhaustion I had denied. I didn't try to fix it, I just held it. And 5 weeks later, I returned for a scan. The doctors looked at the screen, then at me, then back at the screen. And he said one word, gone. The cyst had disappeared. No surgery, no IVF, just stillness. When the doctor said it's gone, I didn't cry because the cyst was gone. I cried because I realized my body wasn't broken. It was brilliant. And when I listen, it heals. I didn't force it. I flowed with it. And isn't that what abundance really is? Not grinding for every drop, but opening so fully that it flows through you. When my daughter was born, I already knew her name. Muna. It means a dream. And I didn't name her after she arrived. I knew her name before I met her, because I had felt her, before I could hold her. And Muna didn't arrive because I wanted her so badly. She arrived because I became someone who could hold her. My miscarriages weren't punishments. They were initiations. They took me through 5 sacred gates, each one teaching me how to receive a dream. Not through pushing, not through planning, but through becoming. And not just a baby, they helped me birth a new definition of wealth. Because every one of them gave me something money can't buy. Peace, trust, time, stillness, power that comes from rest, not in spite of it. And these 5 steps eventually became the framework I now call the Dream Method, that I guide my clients through, a process for turning breakdowns into breakthroughs, and for learning how to receive the life, the love, the calling that is already trying to reach you. Let me walk you through it. D is for discovering the true self, discovering the eternal you, beyond fear, beyond flesh. When I collapsed in Fez, I touched the place deeper than pain. I touched source. This is where dreams begin. R is for rewiring the mind, releasing the old beliefs, you're broken, you're late, you can't. These are not truths. They're trauma dressed as logic. And E is for embracing the heart. Stop performing strength, grieve what's been lost, cry for the babies I never met. And those tears, they were my midwives. A is for aligning with the vessel. Your body isn't a machine, it's a vessel. And a dream needs a vessel that feels safe. When I rested, listened, nourished, my womb opened. And M is for mastering soul expression. Become the real you, not the role, not the resume, the radiant, resting self. That's who your dream is waiting for. Wealth doesn't live in pressure. It lives in presence. And true richness isn't how loud your life is. It's how deeply you can listen. So let me ask you, what dream is trying to come through you, but needs you to stop pushing long enough to receive it? What part of you is saying, I'm tired of forcing. I'm ready to trust? Because your body already knows. It always has. And when you finally listen, you don't just heal, you become the dream itself. My body didn't betray me, it prepared me. And maybe that's what real wealth is. Not something we hustle for, but something we become. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you. Oh, it still hasn't got the video. Technical difficulties. And then I saw that on social media. Your social media handles are your name. So I was thinking, well, that's pretty good. And yeah, it's really great. I'm really glad to hear the story about you having that, was a tumor or a cyst? It was a cyst that was like the size of a grapefruit, gone without having to get invasive surgery.
Yes.
You know,
Yes.
that stuff. Surgeries can go wrong all the time.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah.
And so the next person that and so thank you so much for coming on. I'm going to introduce our next person, which is Beth Robbins.
Hello, hello.
Hi, Beth.
How are you? It's so nice to meet you again.
I know you.
I think I know you. How
Yeah.
are you?
I'm doing great. So I believe I'm introducing you and then bringing you on, right?
Well, yes, and good luck with that. Do you have any sort of thing to introduce me with?
Your website.
Oh, there you go. All right.
Yeah, so Beth Robbins here. She has the Carpe Diem show, Seize the Day with a Smile. The Carpe Diem show is a heart-centered space where stories inspire, courage is contagious, and joy leads the way. Whether you're already living in the Carpe Diem style or are just beginning the sense that something more is calling you, the show is for you, right? And she has a mini course on Carpe Diem where it's the last blueprint you'll ever need. It's a 6-module transformational course. Anyone ready to design a life they truly love, right? Carpe Diem's all about seizing the day, making the most of it, getting all that you can out of it, right? If you ever watched Dead Poet Society.
There you go.
Right? Right. It's like getting the most juice you can out of the day, right? And so making the most out of every opportunity you have, making the best out of everything that you got. We have Beth Robbins here. I'm going to let her go ahead and talk about everything. But it's nice to see you again, Beth.
Hey, thank you so much, Daryl. pleasure to be here. And that website, what was that website? Why, it's bethrobbins.com. And yes, we are getting ready to launch the Carpe Diem show, which is celebrating National Carpe Diem Day, which happens on February 26th. So stay tuned for more stuff about that. But this is about cracking the rich code. And I also want to say I was the very first author and the very first volume 1 of Cracking the Rich Code. And with that, I have intense gratitude to both Jim Britt for that opportunity, but also to Dr. Ken Rochon and his team at Perfect Publishing for putting on this show, giving us all a platform to be able to share what cracking the rich code means for us personally. And when I think about what does it mean to be rich, I always think about health first. If my physical, my mental, my spiritual health, if that's solid, I know I'm going to be able to attract abundant financial wealth. It's just a given. But here's the thing, it doesn't work the other way around. Think about that. Many people are going to go straight for the almighty dollar. But honestly, what good is money if you don't have the strength or vitality to do the things that you love, to enjoy what you just worked so hard for? And we trade in the time that we should be spending exercising, taking care of ourselves with nutrition, mental breaks, for more time working, sitting at the desk, typing away, working on our business. And I'm saying this because I know and I've done it. And here's the kicker. I was in the health and fitness industry for 40 years. And yet I would sit there and work on my business, write out things, had to do one more thing, sitting at my desk. And I was in the business of health. Now, money is simply energy in the form of currency because everything is energy. So money's form of energy is currency. And it's fabulous to have it in abundance. Yeah. But think about the trade-off. If you're working so hard to put the dollars in the bank and neglecting your health, I don't know, it doesn't make sense to me. But that's what we all tend to do. And I'm going to tell you, if you're aligned spiritually and in physical health, your relationship with money rises to that frequency of abundance. Hallelujah. Health is wealth. So in honor of this opportunity to share, I have a few of my favorite health hacks because I think this is the most important thing if you want to be rich. All right, so the first thing, movement. You got to move your body. I'm not talking about running outside, getting up a lather going and lifting weights at the gym, although I happen to find that really, really fun. I'm talking about committing to 2 30-minute walks a day. Just get started. Get outside and walk. I recommend first thing in the morning so you can get that fresh first morning light on your skin and in your eyeballs. And then another 30 minutes after your last meal of the day. Boom shaka. And after a couple of weeks, you can start adding more time, adding more distance, maybe jog a little, maybe jump a little, but start with the basics. You got to move. And when you're sitting at your computer all day, this is what I do. I have a timer that goes off every 55 minutes. It says, hello, get up. You got 5 minutes and I got to move. And I could go for a quick walk. I could go up and down the stairs, depending on where you are. If you're in an office setting or you're at home, I put on my favorite tunes and I dance like nobody's watching. It feels great. It's 5 minutes. Sit down, I'm back at my desk. It's a win. It's a win. And it's good for so many reasons. First of all, it gets the blood going. Your cognition gets better. Sometimes you're typing away, you're working on something, you get stuck. You got to get up, you got to move. So that's my biggest health hack right now. Strength training is very important, especially as we get older. I'm going to say 3 to 5 times a week and a simple circuit. Hit all the big major muscles. Maybe do 3 to 5 sets and all that. You're good to go. Now, if it's been a minute since you've been in the gym, I do recommend that maybe you spend a couple of dollars, hire a trainer to make sure you got the good form and you're starting with the right weights, not the weights you pushed in college. You want to start where it's appropriate for you and get yourself a routine and get in the routine. Commit to the routine. This is that time of year where we do that, right? Well, we're going to make the commitment to stay with the commitment. All right? Cooking meals that nourish and fill you up. I love a plate that looks like a rainbow. I start with high quality protein, wild caught fish, free range chicken, grass fed beef, and throw in lots and lots of veggies for color, for fiber, and for obviously for all the nutrients, right? My favorite, you ready for this? Beets. Love beets. Anything green. Sweet potatoes, broccoli, spinach, peppers, asparagus is another one of my favorites. But do what you like. Don't do what I like. Pick the ones that you're going to eat. People are like, what's the best diet? It's the one you're going to actually eat and stick to. But think about that. You want that high quality protein and lots of veggies. Lots and lots of water, 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 water all day long. The first thing you do when you wake up in the morning, drink a full glass of water before coffee. Think about it. You've been asleep for 6, 7, 8 hours without drinking. You're already dehydrated. So don't take your whole day behind that 8 ball. So as far as cracking the rich code for abundant wealth, lean in. It starts with identifying what might be holding you back from rocking it full out. Think about this. It starts with noticing what you're noticing. You're noticing your thoughts, your behavior patterns, your knee-jerk actions and reactions to stress, to emotional triggers. We tend to just keep our bodies and our minds on autopilot, and we don't notice how we act, how we behave, because we can't see the picture from inside the frame. But if you can click into this, noticing what you're noticing, when you don't feel good about a situation going on, it's probably not the truth about you. So what is it? It's your stinking thinking, the thoughts that are caught up in a loop. Noticing your self-limiting beliefs about yourself, your doubt, and a sprinkling of your favorite fear paradigms. Because let's face it, we all survived junior high. That's where it all started, right? Then we became adulting. And I'm going to guess that as an adult, we've had one or more setbacks in our life, right? And we all know a setback is a setup for a comeback. There's no such thing as failure. But we have this life experience. Something happened, and we created some scars. Those scars hang out in our subconscious mind, and we remember them when we start to try something new. We have them tucked away, but they always pop up right when we're just about to step out of the comfort zone. We're going to start a new business. We're going to take some bold action. And then our fear paradigms, our doubt, our memories of what happened the last time when it fell apart, they begin to bubble up. They get really, really loud when you're right almost there on the edge. Your comfort zone is no longer comfortable, and you're just about to make that next breakthrough, and the fear paradigms get loud. And if you can notice them, you can go, wait a minute, this isn't really happening. This fear stuff isn't happening right now. That happened 10 years ago. This isn't about right now. But unfortunately, 99% of us will give up. We let go. We let fear win a battle we didn't even know we were fighting. So when you learn to notice what you're noticing these things, these patterns that you repeat about yourself, that is a major step to getting unstuck, to getting to that next level. And this way, you're going to catch yourself in the act. You push that pause button and notice the truth. Now, have you ever been in like a flow state? You're taking bold action. You're actually, I say doing the do. You're on a new venture and you're about to take this great big action, and doubt starts to creep in and your fear starts to rear up and your thoughts will go down. I call it the what if rabbit hole. Maybe you're faced with a decision like on an investment. Now you have done your research and you have solid evidence that this is a safe and highly lucrative venture. And then your thoughts go back to a time when you made a similar decision and there were some setbacks, and you lose confidence. You lose confidence in your ability to make these sorts of decisions, and you begin to panic. And what happens is you make 0 decisions, or you make the decision to do nothing at all. What if it happens again? What if you make a mistake? What if you fail? What if it doesn't work out? Now, when you apply the notice what you're noticing trick, you can pause. Realize that none of those things that you're what-ifing are happening in the current present day. And then you can ask better, higher quality questions of yourself. What if it all works out? What if this is going to be the best decision of my life? What if fear has nothing to do with this? These are quality questions that you can only ask once you've noticed what you're noticing about these fears, these self-doubts, these limiting beliefs that you have. When you can go, wait a minute, that was then. That was me 10 years ago. I've evolved. I can make friends with my fear because now I see you. I see you for what you're doing here. Acknowledging the paradigm, making friends with it, and then making the decision to keep going. That is my version of what cracking the rich code is. That is also what carpe diem is. That's what seizing the day is. It starts with a decision to lean into this day with courage, with kindness, with leadership, with integrity, with love, with understanding. Understanding that you have everything that you need to make whatever this new venture is come true and 100x it. You have everything you need. Go forward, emboldened and empowered to make the moves. Align with a team that can support your vision and continue noticing what you're noticing. That's cracking the rich code.
Awesome. Oh, there we go. Thank you so much, Beth.
Thank you.
It's always great to hear from you. You're Balanced Robin on Instagram, right?
I am at Balanced Robin.
Or Balanced Robins.
BethRobins.com on the old website, yes.
Perfect. Yeah, and yeah. I found another Beth Robbins of you, but it's not your current one. So Warrior
Wait,
Minds over 50.
Oh yeah, that's me. Yeah, that was the other
Yeah.
Instagram. Yeah,
Yeah,
I
so you're gonna
haven't
be on the
taken
second
that one down. What was that?
Oh, I was saying you're going to be on this next Cracking the Rich Code.
I am, yes.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Chapter 1. I'll look.
I am chapter 1. I'm not sure what page number I am because chapter 1 happened a few years ago. But I know that it was starting over or just starting out was the name of my chapter.
There we go.
Yeah.
Cool. And then I'm going to introduce the next person we're going to have on, John Verico.
All right. Thank you.
He's got a cool fiery shirt. Thank you, Beth Robinson. Thank you, Beth. Oh,
Hey,
there
Daryl.
we go. Hey, John.
How we doing?
Yes. Wow, you got like a compass or like a map behind you. That's pretty cool. And
There's a funny story to go with that map. So.
Oh, really? You got lost somewhere and you need a whole map?
I need the whole world map. Yeah. No, actually, when I was in the Navy, I worked in the Pentagon briefly, and this was an old map from the 50s that they were getting rid of. And I said, give that to Daddy. Well, I didn't realize it was mounted. And so I strapped it on the roof of my car, driving this thing around the Washington, D.C. Beltway was quite a challenge.
That's pretty cool. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't look like it's easy to. It looks like it takes up a lot of room. Cool. And I'm going to go into your bio. So, a bullied youth, John Verico helps people never feel they are less than others. As a speaker, coach, and author, John fosters relationships based on trust, opportunity, respect, communication, and humanity. John published in Cracking the Rich Code volumes 10, 11, and 13. You're going to see him in volume 15, 17. I'm just kidding. So we got John here. John, go ahead and take it away.
Great. Thank you, Daryl. Appreciate it. Hey, everybody. I have to tell you, when I was invited to be part of the Cracking the Rich Code series, My first thought was, who, me? I'm not one of these money people. But at the same time, I do feel that I have a very rich life. And so what I realize is that richness in life is not about our stuff. It's about how we live. And what I've realized, the secret to having a rich life is knowing that we're not alone. And this goes into a lot of different directions. First of all, I want to start off by saying we don't know everything and we can't do everything. So we need other people, and it's okay to ask for help. I will say that when I say we are not alone, I'm talking about the fact that no matter how much you have acquired, no matter what status level you have raised to, no matter what you have achieved in life, you did not do it alone. You did it with the help of others. No matter what you've gone through, no matter what horrendous thing you may be facing, you're not the only one who's ever experienced this particular type of issue. We're not alone. And that's the key to all of this. So Daryl mentioned in my intro, he said that I was a bullied youth, and I was a little kid in school. I was the smallest kid in school. When I graduated high school at the age of 18, I was 5'3", weighed 110 pounds. I was on the wrestling team in school. They called me the Mighty Mosquito because I was small, I sucked, and I mostly got swatted. Didn't have a lot of friends, just a couple of people who would tolerate me. But that was really about it. I was made to feel less than others by the bullies. I did not want to go through life that way. And as I grew and ultimately graduated and went to college and then got into the workforce, and I watched how people treated each other. And I saw some people who lifted others up, and I saw people who put other people down. And I realized the traits that I wanted to emulate, the way I wanted to make other people feel, those were the things that I wanted to copy. I did not want to make anyone feel like they were less than anyone else. So remembering that we're not less than other people, we also have to remember that we're not more than other people. Everybody needs everybody. You may be a big shot in business. You may have acquired a whole lot of stuff. But for you to get from point A to point B, for you to go to your meetings where you're making your big deals, somebody had to build and create and maintain that road. Somebody had to distill the fuel that your vehicle is running on. Somebody had to build that car. Somebody had to design that car. There's all these things that have to happen for us to be successful. We need everyone else around us. We have to remember that. King Richard the Lionhearted was known for his leadership style. He was known for his bravery in battle and for being a great leader. Well, why was he a great leader? What made him a great leader? It's how he treated people. He made people want to work for him. He made people want to defend him. He made people want to get out there and put their life on the line. He's the only one who actually took his cook and knighted them. He knighted his cook. Now, why would he do that? Because he recognized the fact that he needed the trust, and he needed the appreciation, and he needed to be able to trust his cook. So by recognizing that his cook was just as important as anyone else, by recognizing the fact that his cook mattered and that he wasn't just menial labor, that cook prepared wonderful foods for him and made sure that they weren't poisoned. Brilliant idea. This is where the whole concept comes from. You know, our legacy is not our stuff. It's not whatever we've accumulated. It's not our bank accounts. It's not any of that stuff. It's all about what we'll be remembered for. How will we be remembered? And how we'll be remembered is how we treated people. I learned this lesson from both my parents, actually. My mother, she was an interesting person. She was actually one of the Rockettes back in the early 50s. And she loved to perform. She loved to make people smile and laugh and enjoy life. She was a performer in her early life. She quit it all to have a family. And so, you know, we didn't know she was a dancer when we were small children. And then when when my parents divorced, when I was in high school, the tap shoes came out of the closet again, and Mom started doing local talent shows and fashion shows and things like that. And I started to bring enjoyment to people's lives in that way. She got remarried and then went back into the closet again. She kept giving up her dreams and her desires for family. Her second husband ultimately passed away, and then many years later, Mom finally remarried. Now, she was 70 years old. She met a 58-year-old guy. Actually, they got married at this point. She was 70 years old, married a 58-year-old singer. And the tap shoes came out of the closet again at 70 years old, and Mom started singing and dancing and performing. And she and her husband performed in senior centers, bringing joy to people in those homes, where ultimately, you know, she was older than half the residents in the place. She was 85, still doing that when she ultimately passed away. But when she passed away, she had 270 pairs of shoes, all high heels. She had an enormous walk-in closet full of clothes, the clothes that she wanted to pass on to others, things that she wanted people to get enjoyment from. Her hopes was that her nieces would ultimately love her clothes, but they wound up not wanting the clothes and being a different size. And so ultimately those clothes got donated to folks, and Mom would have loved that. It wasn't what, you know, we joke about her clothes and her shoes, but it's not the clothes and the shoes that she'll be remembered for. It's for how she made people feel by bringing joy to their life. My dad was a blue collar guy, worked hard his whole life. He didn't know, if he didn't know how to do something, he learned how to do it. Anything he needed to do to bring food into the family and all of that stuff. But Dad taught us something very important. He said, learn something new every day. He said, I don't care if you stay in school or not. I would prefer if you did. He had to leave school at the age of 13 because his father died. So Dad had to go to work and start helping to support his mother and his siblings. So he just kept trying to learn new things. If somebody needed a house painted, he'd learn how to paint a house. He needed carpentry done, he'd learn how to do that. He, you know, whatever it was needed doing, he would learn how to do it just to be able to keep things going. And he always said to us, learn something new every day, learn from every experience. Don't say you don't like something until you've tried it. Don't say you don't like that food until you've tasted it. Don't say you don't like that person until you've given them a chance. And that was critical. Dad treated everybody as if they were kings. That's the kind of behavior that people remember. People remember the way you treated them and how you make them feel. Now, in leadership positions, we have the ability to make a difference for the people that we work, that work for us. And this is kind of a key of what I do now is I help leaders to learn this. We can act like Ebenezer Scrooge prior to his transformation, you know, and treat everybody like they're just less than us. Or we can treat people like Fezziwig, who treated everyone like they were golden and and showed that they were appreciated. All people really need in life is to know that they matter, they make a difference, and that they're appreciated. We have that ability to share that with people and to appreciate them and to make them feel that they are making a difference. This is critical. This is all we need. Know that whatever you do, you have an opportunity to make a difference. Know that whatever you do, you matter. And know that whatever you do and however you do it, you're not alone. And if you need help, ask for it. There's always somebody who has some experience and some way to help you. There's an ancient proverb that says, if you live long enough, everything will happen to you. It means at some point in life, you'll do well, maybe not so well. You'll be healthy, you'll be sick, you'll have money, you'll need money. You'll be hungry, you'll be sated. At any time, in any chapter of our life, we may be the hero of the story. In another chapter, we may very well be a victim. But in yet another chapter of our life, we might be the villain in somebody else's story. Be aware of our impact on others. When you're aware of your impact and you care about your impact and you realize that everybody matters, that's the code to having a rich life. So thank you. Thank you, Daryl.
Awesome. Thank you, John. And let me get this video going. Perfect. It's already going. So, John, where can we find you on social media and online?
Hey, I'm all over the place. It's all under my name, John Verrico. My website is johnverrico.com. My company is Share Your Fire, but it's still under johnverrico.com. It's all about sharing that spark of energy, that positive light with others. I mean, I always say you don't have to blow out my candle to make yours burn brighter, but when both of our fires are burning, we can illuminate the darkness for everybody.
Oh, that's pretty awesome. Yeah.
LinkedIn.
One of the things I was thinking is your parents sound awesome.
Yeah, I was very fortunate.
Yeah. And so, I've been hosting this for a little over an hour, and now we got John. He's going to be taking over the reins, and he's going to be the one that's been, I would pass the torch, but it's already all over his shirt. And so,
when you introduced me, you mentioned trust, opportunity, respect, communication, and humanity. That's the acronym for TORCH.
Oh, yeah. See, I don't catch everything. Cool. Oh yeah.
So now I'm honored to host for the next block and helping others to share their fire with us.
Awesome. Well, nice meeting you, John.
Nice to meet you too, Daryl. Good to catch up. Okay. Hey, I am so honored to be able to help to host for this next hour. And some of the people that we'll be bringing on, I actually have had the honor to have met in the past. And here's one of the most delightful people I know right here. Here comes Rayanne Lacatina. Rayanne, it's lovely to see you, and I'm so glad that you're going to be here. So let me give this brief introduction to you. So Rayanne Lacatina is a certified professional coach who helps busy professionals and entrepreneurs actualize their highest selves and most fulfilling lives and businesses. She achieves this by leveraging her expertise as a licensed, registered mental health counselor, a Reiki master, I need to come see you, an emotional freedom technique practitioner, complemented by her acute empathic abilities and communication skills. Her blend of business management, strategic planning, and a knack for unlocking an individual's potential have equipped her to guide clients past hurdles and toward success and contentment in various aspects of life, including relationships, finances, communication, health, and wellness. She's a two-time #1 international best-selling author, endorsed by Tony Robbins in Cracking the Rich Code, and in her solo authored book, The Integrated Entrepreneur, which I've yet to get a copy of. I got to grab one of those.
Well, hi, John. It's good to see you again.
Oh, always better to be seen than viewed, I always say. I'm going to go ahead and just turn this over to you, Rayanne.
Thank you so much, Don. It is an absolute honor to be here with the Cracking the Rich Code authors. It truly has been a gift to be a part of this family, as this community really is filled with thought leaders who understand that true wealth is not just measured by numbers on a page. It's measured with how we live, how we lead, and how we feel along the way. One thing that John didn't mention in my introduction is that I'm also a mother of 3 small children, and they are my why. Because my mission truly across all realms is to help people become the greatest expression of who they choose to be. And that work starts at home. These authors that come together in Cracking the Rich Code, we know that being rich goes beyond money, that currency comes in all different forms. It comes in love, energy, joy, health, contribution, leadership, peace, community, pleasure, and so much more. And that real abundance means striving to be better than we were yesterday, trusting that possibilities are limitless and resources are boundless. Each contributor in this book brings their unique perspective on abundance, along with tools and lived wisdom to help the readers move closer to the life and the business that they truly want. In my chapter in Cracking the Rich Code, it's called The Power of Perspectives, Overcoming Business Obstacles. And in there, I share the framework that I use with all of my clients that I serve. It's a framework designed to help high-performing leaders thrive while carrying a very full plate of responsibility, like me as an entrepreneur and a mom. Because the people that I work with are CEOs, executives, founders, leaders, people running major businesses, breaking through new levels in their career, all while managing demanding schedules and full personal lives. The framework is called Steer, Clear, and Anchor. And at its core, it teaches people where they actually have control in their lives, in their businesses, and in their internal world, so that they can thrive in any circumstance, becoming happier, healthier, and wealthier in the process. Here's the trick. As I often say, the only thing in the whole wide world that you actually have control over is which thoughts you choose to energize. Steer, Clear, and Anchor is a practical, repeatable blueprint that helps leaders manage fear, reframe limiting beliefs, create new narratives, and align action with the results that they actually want, without burning out, overgiving, or sacrificing themselves in the process. While this work is grounded in my clinical evidence-based mental health training, as well as over 2 decades in the personal development field, I also live this work every day as a mother, as an entrepreneur, and as a human being. And I'm here to tell you, it's not ever perfect. And it's not often a linear path. It's a willingness to see every single day as a gift, and every challenge as both a lesson and an opportunity to expand. And even when we have those moments of contraction, it's an invitation to grow into greater abundance. I've shared many of these stories and much of the journey that I've had and my own experience in my solo authored book, The Integrated Entrepreneur, where I'm very honest about the fact that abundance was not my natural state of being. I had to train myself into a new set point. I talk openly about the internal conflict that I carried for years, competing money stories that were passed down from generations. One of the parts of me wanted to believe that money was meant to be enjoyed and shared, while the other part of me lived in fear, seeking security, safety, often feeling scarcity, and even questioning my own worth in the marketplace. These stories created real tension in my mind, in my nervous system, in my business, and of course, in my finances. They required a deep level of awareness, reprogramming, and ongoing stewardship, even now, in order for me to step into my new identity as a business leader. These tools I use daily, and they help me build a life that I once never even dreamed possible. And now, having seen what's available through my own experience, but also through the thousands of people have since learned this framework, I know my purpose is to share this work with urgency, because I believe that business owners, founders, and leaders, they're the difference makers. They're the innovators, they're the rule breakers, and they're the change agents who shape our future. When leaders learn how to live fully into their purpose without sacrificing their values, their nervous system, their health, or their relationships, everybody wins. And that's why I'm honored to be a part of this community and honored to walk this path with all of you in service to helping people truly crack the rich code for themselves and for generations to come. Thank you.
See if I can get back in.
You're here.
There we are. Okay. Hi, Ray. Thank you so much. Hey, you have such a great perspective, and I love the steer clear and anchor. That just it's a simple formula. Not easy to achieve sometimes.
Sometimes,
But yeah, sometimes it can be challenging, but we need to find that path. And thank you so much. That was awesome. How can people get in touch with you?
Well, the integratedentrepreneur.com is my website, and I am the only Rayanne Lacatina in the world. And so you can find me on every social media outlet at Rayanne Lacatina. If as long as you can handle all the vowels, you'll be able to find me.
Oh, it's easy. It's easy. Thank you so much. It's been awesome. What a fantastic opportunity to get to chat with you again and to hear you speak again. And I look forward to our next connection.
All right, very good. Take care until then.
Take care. And my next guest, it's Karen. Hi, Karen.
Hey, how are you?
Good. Karen Casanovas, how are you today?
I'm good, thanks, John. How's everyone?
You know, for any better, it'd have to be twins to enjoy it.
Okay.
Oh, your video dropped out there.
Yeah, hold on. I'm trying to figure out how I will be able to get back to my other screen here in 1 second.
Well, I will take the opportunity while you're doing that to give you your formal introduction.
Thank you.
Carol Casanovas is a certified resilience coach, author, and speaker dedicated to empowering individuals and organizations with practical tools and strategies grounded in neuroscience, positive psychology, and cognitive behavioral frameworks. With over 40 years of experience, it's impossible. You started when you were a zygote. Over 40 years of experience as an award-winning leadership executive in diverse cultural settings, she enables people to thrive amid stress and adversity. Her adaptive resilience building model, the Seismic Shift, emphasizes motivation, agility, and perseverance as essential drivers of both internal and external transformation. As a professional fellow with the Institute of Coaching at McLean Hospital, a Harvard Medical School affiliate, Karen holds several certifications, including Professional Certified Coach, Certified Professional Coactive Coach. And she graduated from Alaska Pacific University and has specialized training in organizational and relationship systems coaching, mental health literacy, and wellness program design. I feel like such a slacker next to you. Karen's community contributions encompass her service on nonprofit boards and advisory councils, along with prestigious awards such as the FAA Visionary Award, National Aeronautic Association Robert J. Collier Award, and a nomination for Executive Civilian Leadership. Wow, that's pretty. I take it you worked for the government at some point. We'll have to chat about that because I spent 42 years in government myself. Her leadership has also earned recognition from the Alaska Congressional Delegation. She played a vital role on Alaska's interagency critical incident team during 9/11. Additionally, Karen's articles on neuroeducation and human interest topics have appeared in prominent media outlets, including the Anchorage Daily News, Alaska Journal of Commerce, Alaska Magazine, the Arctic Council, and Washington Monthly. Wow.
Thank you, John, for that lovely introduction.
I can't wait to hear what you have to say. I'm just going to turn the mic over to you and let you run for it.
Okay. Well, I was 8 years old, living in Alaska, and I had just returned home from a birthday party. My brother was watching the TV show Davy and Goliath about a boy and his talking dog who taught life lessons. I plopped down beside my brother, and as usual, we were waiting for my mom to finish cooking dinner. And all of a sudden, unlike any other day, which was usually an ordinary day, nothing eventful happened, all of a sudden the walls started shaking and the earth was a-quaking. It was a true life AC/DC memory come to life. And all of a sudden, the vibrating noise hit unexpectedly. The banging was like an out of balance washing machine, and the living room jolted beneath our feet. Next thing you know, we were all confused. My mother rushes in from the kitchen. She was pretty much unfazed, and despite maybe a little bit of angst, she acted instinctively. She grabbed the two of us, and the next thing you know, we were under the dining room table, and she was pulling the tablecloth down like a shield. And what she did was protect us from flying debris. And all of a sudden, she knew it was an earthquake. It was like a roller coaster, up and down motion, and it shook us erratically as we were under there. In that madness, my mom's calmness amidst the storm of everything kept us really safe, and her presence was very steady during the 4 minutes and 38 seconds of tumultuous destruction. Then, slowly, the world quieted. Everything finally stopped shaking. And suddenly, bolting through the door was my dad. He had run 11 blocks, dodging crevasses and crevices in the ground, sprinting to get home just to be sure we were safe. And we didn't know it at the time, but that earthquake measured a staggering 9.2 on the Richter scale. And my brother and I didn't feel any fear, however. We were protected by our parents and their reassuring demeanor. When we climbed out from underneath the table, we faced a world transformed. Broken dishes, shattered glass everywhere, and it really looked like just pieces of a tornado were scattered throughout our whole house. Yet, in that uncertainty, my brother and I really weren't too scared. So why did we feel safe? Why weren't we crying and screaming? Well, because our parents had that unshakable composure, and they really carried us through those terrifying moments without echoing fear. The days that followed were a whirlwind of challenges. The earthquake had left its mark on us emotionally, and certainly compounded with thousands of aftershocks. Within the next 24 hours, in fact, 10 of them shook the ground over 6.0. And just 7 months later, 12,000 earthquakes were recorded. And it was really something in terms of the number of aftershocks. Yet, amidst this chaos, somehow, my parents' forward thinking and their attitude and their positivity really showed my brother and I that even through adversity, they extended outreach to the community. They really tried to do what they could in terms of keeping my brother and I in good physical well-being and mental health. And they understood that maintaining steady footing was really essential for recovery. And their proactive responses really formed the groundwork for mine and my brother's understanding of resilience. Surprisingly, rather than suffering from trauma from the earthquake, I discovered a toolkit of coping mechanisms, really an invaluable resource for life's unpredictable nature. So think about resilience. In an era of rapid change and uncertainty, cultivating resilience is really vital for everyone, from corporate leaders to individuals facing personal challenges. It encompasses 3 key components: motivation, agility, and perseverance. It's a dynamic process that can be cultivated through deliberate practice and experience, and by understanding the intersection of neuroscience, psychology, and cognitive behavior, you can implement practical strategies that empower you to thrive in the face of adversity, enduring challenges, and emerge even stronger. Consider this: a lullaby sung to a baby. The auditory cortex tracks melody, the hippocampus tags memories, and the amygdala links emotions, and the prefrontal cortex begins to wire in regulation. Music is multisensory experience, lighting up the brain like fireworks. It's really kind of something that few other experiences engage in so many different parts of the brain. And lullabies regulate emotions. And that's why lullabies are kind of medicine for infants. They're soothing, and that rhythm sends a signal to them: you are safe. And the slow, predictable rhythms stimulates the vagus nerve, calming stress response. And this was really the steady cadence of my parents' voices too, during those moments during and after the quake, anchoring us in the calm. It's sort of this oxytocin, that bonding hormone, really deepened that attachment for my brother and I when we were being sheltered from the harm. So mom and dad's calming presence regulated my nervous system, and it really shaped my resilience going forward and my ability to recover from stress throughout my life. So how can you cultivate and strengthen your own resilience? Well, it's more than a concept. It's a dynamic process, and personal traits and like optimism, cognitive flexibility, and self-efficacy really play pivotal results in how you might navigate your own hurdles. Equally important would be external support systems that provide encouragement or practical help for you, and robust networks of relationships act as shields against any kind of adversity, and it will enhance your mental health. So motivation is that critical driving force behind resilience, and understanding the difference between internal and external motivation would empower you to find your true potential. The agility transcends more than flexibility. It's something that encompasses emotional, cognitive, and learning ability. It really helps you kind of navigate your personal thoughts and feelings. It improves your capacity to adapt. And agility also helps you underline the importance of how your past experiences influence your future actions. And finally, perseverance really embodies that relentless commitment to moving forward despite your challenges. And really, without perseverance, resilience can get stuck, and it might stall, and you may not be able to move forward. So you really need that momentum. So in conclusion, really, that motivation, agility, and perseverance all develop resilience. Engaging in practices such as mindfulness, gratitude, self-reflection really can help with your emotional well-being and enforce your strength and ability to withstand any kind of storms that you might face. And what we call it is really, it's a personal skill that you can nurture and develop, and it will really help guide us through any uncertainties that life throws at us. Thanks.
There we go. Well, life certainly can throw uncertainties at us. Isn't that true?
For sure. You know, and it's not just too about the everyday challenges, but something that may unexpectedly happen. It could be a community crisis. It could be grief that you're trying to navigate, whether it's job loss, relationships. You know, there's all sorts of challenges that we face, and we just don't know when the next one unexpectedly could be around the corner.
And you know, you never know what life is going to throw at you, and you have choices. And
Yeah.
like as you were referring to, you know, life is going to throw us, pardon the expression, crap from time to time. And we have the option to either, you know, feel the victim and wallow in the stench, or we can turn it into fertilizer and use it for growth.
Yeah.
One of my favorite quotes was from Esther Dyson, and she says, "Always make new mistakes."
That's
Love
good.
that one. Love that one, right? Why should we beat ourselves up for you know, making a wrong choice? I mean, it happens from time to time. But adversity comes at us from so many different ways. Like you said, it could be something, you know, a natural disaster like the earthquakes and things that you and
Mhm.
your family survived. And so it could, and you mentioned grief, and it could be something as simple and we it's how we take things, right? It could be something as simple as you really had your heart set on pastrami and the deli is out of pastrami, you know, and you got to choose something else, right? We call that micro grief, but it's the same thing, right? It's our resilience, our ability to be able to adopt and to change when those things face us.
Hmm. I think that flexibility really too can carry over to a medical situation. You know, in the last few years, I've had surgeries, and really being able to say, you know, not every day is going to be the same. I think that today I'm having a pretty good day. All right, I've got, you know, high energy. What can I accomplish today? But other days, recovery from medical situations or any situation, you're going to have low times. What do you find? How can you draw within yourself to move forward on those days? That's what the key is. You know, that's really finding some tools that maybe a person's developed.
That's beautiful. How do you recommend that people can find that within themselves to be able to come back from something like that and not feel
Mhm.
down when they're having those low days?
Yeah. Well, you know, I mentioned, you know, gratitude. I know, you know, a lot of folks find great success in having a gratitude journal as we go forward towards 2026. You know, I think that this is really something that folks can lean into. Also, just exercise of some sort doesn't have to be, you know, working out at the gym for 3 hours. It can be just movement. For some people, it can be walking. For some people, it can be just listening to music and walking around your house doing the dishes. You know, just something that kind of gets you just in a little bit of a different place for a few minutes. Some people just like to also journal. That can be just sort of, I call it the brain dump at the end of the day.
Yes.
You know, what was my day about? And those are some key things that folks can take away. You know, there's other great things also. People love to play music. Music is great for your brain. It engages many parts, like I said, the emotional, the mental, and all sorts of neurons get fired up when you listen or dance to music. Dance is one of the best things you can do. So those are, you know, those are some things that people can
I'm
do
so
on a
glad you
daily
mentioned dance.
basis. Yeah, and
I'm so glad that you mentioned dance. Dance was actually how I found my confidence.
really, oh, I'd love to hear
Yes.
about that
Yeah,
story.
I was I don't know if you heard, but I was the little guy in school picked on by bullies a lot. I didn't think I was capable of doing anything, and it was the disco era, and I was watching all the guys getting the dates because they knew how to dance. And I was like, darn it, I've got to learn how to do something. And so, you know, I'd watch Soul Train and you know, American Bandstand and all these shows and watch all the dancers and then try to practice their moves. I'd play with a chair or something at home. And then I hung out with a really good looking guy. That when we go to the clubs, the girls would be attracted to him. And there was always, you know, the girl's friend. And so I would have the opportunity to ask the friend to dance while my friend was dancing with the other girl. And eventually we're like, oh, sure, why not? And then I get out there and I started to move and do some of these fancy moves that I'd been practicing. And all of a sudden people go, hey, wait a minute, do that again. What was that? And so I started teaching other people how to do these moves that I was creating and building off of from what I learned. And I became a disco dance instructor and would teach competition dance. And that's when I realized I actually had value and I had something to offer people. And it wasn't for my own recognition I was doing it, but the fact that I was helping other people achieve something that they really wanted to do. I had no desire to compete, but they did. And so I helped them to achieve that. And that's when I realized that was my life's calling, was to help other people.
Oh, I love that story. That is just wonderful. You know, and there's a study recently actually that they did that said that dance is one of the best ways that you can engage your brain. It helps with your learning skills. It helps with memory. And certainly, as we know, when we've studied Alzheimer's and dementia patients, and those, you know, living with dementia, music is really one of the last things, because of, you know, the prefrontal cortex and where, you know, dementia is most effective. That music is so wonderful towards the end of life, and dance certainly encompasses that. It's an interesting thing. I didn't know that you were a dancer. I was a ballet dancer for over 30 years. And I would say that is something also that it probably gave me confidence, but I would say for me, it was an expressive form of language. I was a pretty shy, quiet kid. So it was that love of music that was able to kind of, you know, give me an outlet, a way to talk and communicate that I didn't really have to actually speak to anybody else.
Yeah, being the little kid in school, every time I drew attention to myself, I got beat up. So I was the shy, quiet kid too. Meanwhile, my mother was a dancer. She was one of the Rockettes back in the early 50s.
Oh my word. Yeah.
And then that all went away to raise her family. And then, you know, it came back out later on in life. And at 70 years old, she married a guy who was a singer, and they started singing and dancing in senior centers. And that kept her going. She 85 years old. She was still out there kicking it, wearing her high-heeled tap shoes. Just amazing. Just absolutely.
Well, you know, and many people do find that, you know, they've taken a little break from it. I actually was in New York City and I danced in ballet class at Harkness House with Patrick Swayze. And that was before he got his Hollywood start. But, you know, there's lots of folks, you know, the Dancing Nana is on social media, and she's probably like 102 now, but she does tap, and she's been featured on televised programs. And same thing, she loves to entertain and just loves to keep going. Movement is like none other, you know, and it can help us get through those times when we're facing some challenges, and certainly pick us up. So
absolutely,
dance is great.
Dance is fantastic. Well, this has been terrific, Karen. You know, we can chat forever. We do have another guest who'll be coming up in just a few minutes. But so how would people get in touch with you? We didn't go into that.
Yeah, so one of the best ways, of course, is finding me on LinkedIn, Karen Casanovas. I'm also on Insta and Threads. You can find me that way, also under my name. And I do have, you know, the book coming out, the chapter. It's Facing the Storm, Building Resilience Through Perseverance, Agility, and Motivation. And so, you know, folks can look for that and order that. And I'm doing a larger, more expansive.
Is that Cracking the Rich Code 20?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Cracking the Rich Code. It's volume 19.
Oh, 19. Okay. You said coming out, so I've lost track of which ones are out now.
That's right. Published. And so looking forward to sharing my work there, and then a more expansive work that I'm working on in the next few years, really doing a full book with another co-author about resilience.
Oh, excellent. Excellent. I just published one myself. So.
Oh, thank you, John, so much for this opportunity. And really, you know, encouraging folks to really look within yourself and, you know, find ways that you can develop your own tools, whatever works for you, getting yourself through those tough times that we all come across in any parts of our lives.
Yes, so absolutely true, and hope we can find within ourselves the strength that we need to face any challenges, any adversity that's out there. You know, it's the choices that we make and how we can face them. So thank
Exactly.
you so much, Karen. This has been awesome. I look forward to chatting with you at some point and learning more about your career and background and stuff. I'm sure we've got a lot of things in common.
Oh, thanks, John, so much, everyone, and have a good day.
Take care.
Thank you.
There it's Karen Casanovas. What a delightful chat. I wish we had even more time, but we want to get to our next guest who is coming up. This is, excuse me, Dr. Wendy. Oh man, I am so sorry. Dr. Mindy Guertz. I got it right?
You got it right.
All right. I'm so happy about that. And I'm not pronouncing the mk at the end. No, I'm kidding. Dr. Mindy, I'm so glad to have you here. I'm looking forward to your chat and learning more about you. Which volume of Cracking the Rich Code are you in, by the way?
Volume 14.
14. Okay. I don't have a copy of that one. I'm going to have to grab that. I have to go back and get that one. Okay, let me do a proper introduction. I'm going to do a proper introduction here because I are a speaker. Leadership executive and career coach Dr. Mindy Guertz is a 2025 winner of the NJ Biz. Is that New Jersey?
Yeah, New Jersey.
What exit?
Well, actually, probably 154 is the best one.
Okay.
Different ways to get there.
I spent a good portion of my growing years in Jersey. I was exit 8.
So it's
8A
North
off
Jersey. Jersey's big.
Yeah, I know. Anyway, so she is a 2025 winner of the New Jersey Business Leading Women in Business Award. Mindy is a master level coach with ICF, the International Coach Federation, and EMCC, the European Mentoring and Coaching Council. An executive and entrepreneur for 2 decades, Dr. Mindy's global multicultural executives coaching clients additionally benefit from her expertise in navigating through uncertainty, strategic thinking, difficult conversations, cultural humility, team coaching, and work-life integrity. Sorry about that. Mindy's clients range from C-suite and high potentials in Fortune 50 companies to entrepreneurs and startups. Industries include high-tech, biotech, healthcare, aviation, construction, federal, state government, banking, public sector, and professional service firms. Wow, that is quite a list, and I can't wait to learn more about it. So I'm going to actually turn the mic over to you, Dr. Mindy, and can't wait to hear what you have to say.
Well, it's my pleasure to speak today. And in the book itself, what I've been talking about is looking at work-life adaptability as a way to crack the rich code. And very often we talk about work-life balance. And what I did is I came up with 7 secrets and strategies for cracking the rich code on work life. And instead of calling it what everybody's been saying, work-life balance, work-life harmony, what I've done, and to quote Daniel Goleman, is kind of build on what he had said, is that of all the emotional intelligence competencies, when you think about strength, adaptability predicts success most often, which I found fascinating. And it was true in my own life. And I'll begin with a story. When I was very young, in my 20s, we had already 5 kids under the age of 7, and I had decided to go back to social work school because I had a full fellowship, and I had agreed with my husband that I would do part-time. Well, I got a grant to take care of babysitting and everything, and I decided I'd go full-time. 2 years, that's it. And the only problem was I forgot to tell my husband that I had switched and I was going to full-time. And I told him at night, which was not a good strategy. And he just gently said to me, well, you think that's a good idea? Maybe you want to think it over. I lost it because I was so excited, and here I was getting all deflated. And it was one of the few times that we went to bed angry at each other. The next morning, it was really kind of mid-morning, he presented me with flowers, roses. I don't like roses. It was a beautiful dozen red roses. They really were gorgeous. And what do you think I did with them? Instead of taking them and saying, oh, that's so wonderful, I know that you really felt bad about what happened last night, I marched into the kitchen with them. I opened up the trash can and I dumped the whole shebang into the garbage. But I took those rose petals and I dumped them so I shouldn't be tempted to take them out again. That's how angry I was. And my poor husband, he's such a good sort. He had no idea what he had fallen into. What he had fallen into was a crisis of work life. And from there, we began to have a real honest conversation, because what I blurted out is, I don't want your roses. What I want is your help. And that's where the honest conversation about what work life really meant. And what it meant is that what we would figure out together is how to really manage a household. But I didn't want to do it for 4 years because it would be the same like we would do anyway for 2 years. Might as well do it in 2 years, and then I could at least make money. By then I figured out a strategy how to get to my husband's heart. And then he was really able to listen. No, but truth be told, he was wonderful and he always helped, but it made a huge difference in my life. And from there, I learned the lesson: don't do what I did. You know, this is like kids, don't do what you just heard about doing something like that and blindsiding. But we both had to be adaptive. And that was the beginning of my adaptive journey. And that's a story for another time. But getting back to these 7 adaptive secrets, the first one is, it's not about balance. It's about adaptability. And the minute that you take your head, wrap it around adaptivity, it already makes a big difference. The second strategy is about letting go of perfection. Now, as a perfectionist, that was very hard for me. But after 5 co-authored books and 5 book chapters on teaming, coaching, you know, I finally learned to let it go, sort of. If you can learn to let it go, and that's not easy. Do you know the, what's his name? The famous country music guy, Rogers, is that what his name is? Let It Go. With the cards, fold them, hold them, and let them go. So that tune plays in my head when I need it.
Kenny Rogers.
Yeah,
Kenny Rogers. You got to know when to hold up, when to fold up. Yes, I love it.
And when to let them go. So that's what I play for myself. And if that works for you, but something that reminds you that you do not have to be perfect. So what's the third one? The third one is, stop listening to everybody else's voices around values. You got to have your own values and your own North Star, whether that's in life. And most people have some sort of set of values in life. But it's interesting, when it comes to work, people just adopt the corporate sense of work. And often when I work with leaders, and particularly very smart men and women, it's very hard for them to say, well, what do you mean if they make me work 16 hours, that's not what I should be doing? Or what do you mean that I could say something about that? But what do you mean? What do you mean? Is that a value for you? You mean to achieve the rock star status, that's what you want to do, but it's not what you really want to do because it means you're not going to be seeing your kids for the next 20 years, and that's not okay with you? So having the values straight in your head, hey, if that's what you want and you know the consequence and that's good for you, go for it. But if it's not your value and you know the consequence, then stand up for your values and do what you need to do. And you know what? Very often when people do stand up, guess what? It's 2025. People really get it, especially after the pandemic. And people are often surprised by what they get. And sometimes they're not so happy with what they hear. But when they hear it, they know that they need to be doing something else. Otherwise, the consequence that they will have is not what it is that they want to live by. And that's important for them to know. So let's look at the fourth one, and that's an adaptive mindset. And what do I mean by that? What I mean is when you hold one thing, let's say one solution in one hand and a contradictory solution, which very often happens in the C-suite. You don't look at it and say, oh, A or B. You say A and B, A or B, or maybe it's a third thing. So mental flexibility is very much part of the adaptive mindset. Five is slow down in order to speed up. And we have Daniel Pink to thank for that, because we all love to multitask. I'm such a big multitasker, and I always think I get away with it. Well, guess what? You don't. What you do is you get two lesser quality happenings going on when you multitask. And 6 is that you decide your own path for growth. If someone tells you it's impossible, Mindy, you cannot do that. You can't have 5 little kids and go full time. Don't listen to their voices of what you should be doing in your life and your values in your career. You figure out with your loved ones, your partner, or whoever it is in your life, what works for you and how you can make it work, or find someone who can help you figure it out. Because as long as you take responsibility and ownership and agency, you can make it happen if you believe it in yourself. And that's the work I do with both my senior managers and those who want to get promoted, which is quite exciting. And in the 7th one is that I think of adaptivity as a muscle that you can flex and that you can grow. So the more you use that adaptivity muscle, both in work and in life, the greater your skill comes at using it. And for leaders today, with all of the uncertainty that's going on in the world around us, the more you need it. And so for all of you who are living, as we all do, with uncertainty and complexity and unpredictability, the one thing we can offer each other is to live our values and to live with adaptivity as a process, as opposed to thinking about our work life as trying to manage it in terms of balance. So thank you so much to Jim Britt and to Dr. Smiley and yourself for giving me this opportunity to share this with you. And if you want to reach out to me at mgewertz@collaborativenetworks.net or on my LinkedIn, I'll be happy to send you the 7 adaptive secrets and strategies as a one-pager if you couldn't furiously write them all down. And it would be my pleasure to do so. Thank you.
That was fantastic, Dr. Mindy. Thank you so much. Hey, oh, there you are. Good. You went away for a second. I wanted to bring you back. You made some really great points, and I would love to get a copy of the 7 because I was trying to frantically write them down myself.
Sure.
Some of the things that you mentioned, you talk about multitasking. We always do this to ourselves, right? We try to do so many things at once. We have so many things on our plate, and we feel badly. We beat ourselves up if we don't get something done. But we also were doing a little bit of this and a little bit of that at the same time, and a little bit of this at the same time. And so all of that kind of craziness happens to ourselves. And we find that multitasking is actually a myth. Nobody can really multitask. What we're doing is we're actually split tasking.
I like
you
that word.
wind up taking your time and putting it here, and then taking your time putting it here. But the time you've lost just in shifting gears.
That's right.
Yep. And I am one of the biggest culprits when it comes to that too. The other piece that I thought was so critical about what you mentioned was you talked about listening to other people's voices. Don't listen to other people. The only people that matter, the only voices that matter are your own voices. Stop listening to what people telling you what you can't do, and just realize what you can do and make the best of it. So, Dr. Mindy, thank you so much. Love to have you back. I think you're coming back on. Not immediately. We have another guest in between, but I think you're coming back on in the next hour. And so I'm going to be listening in and catching you then too. I'm just waiting for our next guest is supposed to be popping in right now. I'm waiting for Cassandra to come right in here.
How many minutes was that?
I have no idea, but we'll figure it out. We're still live right now.
Oh.
There's Cassandra's getting ready to come in now. So this has been such a great opportunity. I really love having a chance to talk to all these co-authors in the Cracking the Rich Code series. It's also why I love doing the Cracking the Rich Code podcast, to get to know folks and get to learn so much more than just what's in the chapters. So our next guest is Cassandra Hamilton. Hi, Cassandra. How you doing today?
Hi, I'm well, thank you. How are you?
If we're any better, I have to be twins to enjoy it. It's great.
Thankfully, with AI, you can do that now.
Oh, that's freaky, isn't it? I just love the opportunity. Anytime I get to spend with co-authors in this series, is just a true benefit. And I absolutely love it. So let me give you your formal introduction, if I may. So Cassandra Hamilton is an author, speaker, and founder of Ready, Set, Realign, with a background in global health and the last 10 years in indigenous health. She understands the real change starts from within. She helps the high-achieving women realign their lives and work from the inside out after burnout. Her work bridges human well-being, ethical technology, and purpose-driven leadership. Your chapter is Bio AI.
It's
Bio AI
yes.
Focus. It's in volume 19. Interesting about this one. Bio AI Focus. In her chapter on AI, Cassandra explores how emerging technologies can either deepen burnout or support human alignment, depending on how they're designed and used. That's for sure. Drawing on her experience in global health and AI governance, she challenges leaders to put humanity, ethics, and inner alignment at the center of innovation. How you crack the rich code? She says she cracks the rich code by defining wealth as alignment, agency, and integrity. She believes sustainable success comes from being impeccable with your words, building from inner clarity, and using tools like AI to amplify, not replace, human wisdom. Oh, Cassandra, I can't wait to hear what you have to say.
Oh, thank you. That was a great introduction. So I guess I'm just going to jump in with
just jump right in for it.
Yeah. So my story into this work that I do with high achieving women in healthcare and human service roles began actually when I was 5 years old. And I had a recurring dream that would happen over and over again. I would hold my hands out and heal people with my hands. And it was just energy moving between me and someone who needed it. So as a child, I tried to figure out what this meant. And the only path that made sense to me was, well, I must be meant to be a doctor. So I followed that path into biology and MCAT twice. I wrote the MCAT and ultimately ended up working in healthcare. But what I noticed was the caregivers I was working with were exhausted. The systems meant to support them, they were never really designed for human sustainability. And here in Canada, I was working with Doctors of BC. I worked with physicians who I would hear saying regularly, I'm tired, I'm overwhelmed, my passion is slipping away, and all I do is paperwork. And so it became clear to me that I wasn't meant to operate inside a system that was breaking people. I was meant to help heal the conditions that were breaking the people who care for us. So I pivoted. And I completed a Master's of Science in Global Health. And as you said, spent the last decade working with Indigenous communities, helping bridge the gap in digital health systems and the humans navigating them. So again, I saw that systems were failing and people were hurting and both needed repair. And during that time, I hit my own burnout. So it was just, bah. My nervous system was overloaded and my emotional bandwidth was gone. And I was 27 years old, anxious all the time, trying to fill a hole inside of myself with everything outside of me. And it forced me to really stop looking outward for answers and start examining the internal systems that I had built to survive. And I realized that the life I wanted couldn't be built on outdated patterns or old identities and others' expectations or survival-based habits. And that realization became the foundation of my first book up here called The Magic of Realigning from the Inside Out and the Inside Out framework that I teach today. Because healing isn't just physical, it's energetic, it's emotional, it's neurological, it's regulation of the nervous system and expression of emotional intelligence and the upgrading of our inner operating systems. And that brings me to something I've always been fascinated by, words, where they come from and what they really mean, because the systems we live in are shaped by language, and so are the systems we carry inside of ourselves. So take the word abracadabra, which literally means with my word, I create. With my word, I create. Abracadabra. And isn't that how life works? Think about it. Your thoughts create your language. Your language shapes your actions create your identity, and your identity becomes your reality. That's magic. We are magicians of our lives. So why aren't we acting like it? And that's a question I kept asking myself over and over. And since today we're talking about cracking the rich code, the root of the word rich means to reach. Rich is not about accumulation. It is about expansion, impact, contribution, meaning. So I guess the real question is, how far are you willing to reach with your gifts and your emotional intelligence and your leadership? And the women I support are high achievers in healthcare and human service roles. They don't need more to-do lists or more pressure, more hustle. What they need is stronger nervous system regulation, a deeper emotional intelligence, clarity of direction and energy restoration, time freedom. That's where the transformation begins and where impact expands. And so in the book, Cracking the Rich Code, Volume 19, I talk about AI as a tool for reach because AI is a powerful metaphor for potential. And I discuss how we can choose to flip the narrative from fear to seeing AI as a tool for expansion, that it shows us what becomes possible when we begin operating from instead a place of intention and clarity and alignment. And it simply reminds us that our reach is far greater than we think when our internal systems are aligned and we are supported. So for anyone who is sitting here today thinking, it's the end of 2025, I want this next year to feel different. And you're right, there's been so much change with COVID. Since COVID, things like systems have changed and people are starting to change and they want clarity again and energy again and to lead with purpose again. And I want to support that. So behind me is a QR code. And this is really just an invitation to reach out and connect in whatever way feels comfortable for people. If you want to connect publicly, you can follow me on Instagram. And if you do, I would love to hear from you about anything that stuck out from today and what I've shared. And if you refer a friend to me, I would like to offer one of my books to you and send it to you personally as a thank you for contributing to this positive ripple effect. I also have a energy alignment reset program, which was created using the Inside Out framework outlined in my book. And I've opened up early access for anyone who would like to take advantage of that before the new year. And because I believe in reciprocity and giving back and trying to make this work accessible for more people, I have opened up 5 grants, which I call the Energy Realignment Grants, which cuts down my program costs by about 50%. So again, it's my way of making this more accessible. And for anyone that's here today, those spots have now been opened. And you will have early access before the new year. So please get in touch, even just to have a conversation. I love connecting with others and learning about stories of people's lives, because I believe that that's what makes our life rich. And so as I close, I want to leave you with this, that you don't need to be fixed or to be sold to or to be pressured. What if all you needed was a place to land or a space to breathe, a moment to reconnect with yourself? Because when we feel supported, our nervous system softens and our emotional intelligence expands and our inner systems realign. When we connect, we remember that we were never meant to do this alone. And I believe with my entire being that together we can create that positive ripple effect, not out there, but starting here. And when we share our work with the world for bigger impact, that's the bigger reach. That is the bigger rich. And I believe that's cracking the rich code. When you realign from the inside out, you're not just changing your life, you are changing the lives of everyone around you and those following in your footsteps. So again, I am a leadership and alignment coach. I'm an author with a deep passion to create a positive ripple effect and spread my own unique magic of inner work, emotional intelligence, and conscious leadership. And I want to leave you with the idea that many hands make light work. And as I live in alignment with my dream and my purpose, I offer my hands in support of yours. My name is Cassandra Hamilton, and thank you for listening.
Cassandra, thank you so much. That was beautiful. Looking forward to learning so much more and to connecting with you. And I think everyone is as well. Could you just please repeat your contact information so that people can touch base with you?
Absolutely, yeah. So right next to me here is my Instagram handle. So it's Cassandra_Hamilton. I'm also on LinkedIn under Cassandra Hamilton. You can connect here and book a call with me. I also, what do I have? I have TikTok, I have YouTube, I have, yeah, all the channels which you mentioned are going to be included in the talk when things are sent out. But yeah, the easiest way to get in touch with me is just to book a call, have a virtual coffee with me. I just want to learn more about people and where they're at. So.
Sounds fantastic. And I love the concept that you were pointing out, the fact that we are not alone. That was actually what I talked about earlier too. And my whole thing is called Share Your Fire. And it's all about the fact that, it's not your fire or my fire, but together our fires can combine our light and make things brighter for everyone else around us.
Yes.
So thank you so much for sharing your fire with us. And I'm going to be turning this over now to Dr. Smiley himself, Ken Rochon, who will be hosting the next hour. And Cassandra, I look forward to connecting with you. Take care, Dr.
Cassandra,
Smiley.
you did a great
Back to
job.
you.
Thank you so much.
That was a lot of fire there. I mean, there's like a bonfire happening here with the four of us. So I hope to work with you, see you, and support you in all the good things that have to do with fire in 2026.
Ditto, Dr. Smiley. Thank you.
All right. Well, let me just say, John, you did a wonderful job, and thank you for actually being the fire of the Rich Code. I mean, you were the one who took the torch first, ran the Olympic marathon, and created this deeper dive into how great this mastermind is. And I am but an appetizer, as it were, or the Dr. Smiley Show and the Smile Channel is about actually getting people to taste how rich the mastermind is. So I want to thank you.
I think you're the rich dessert, my friend.
Well, honestly, John, you're always there. You're an action taker. I think if there was anybody that you could say the Rich Code is about, it's about taking action, and you are an action taker, John. So thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Smiley. I appreciate it. And you are, I just strive to be as good as you.
Thank you. I look forward to actually being on your podcast and vice versa next year.
Yep, we'll get you on there. All right, take care.
Take care.
Thanks. Bye.
All right. So before I was able to actually be on the show, I was practicing your name, and I was Dramendi, right? Remember that?
Yeah,
Dramendi?
I do.
So Dr. Mindy Gewirtz, welcome to another hack. I mean, that's the cool thing about being a person who's experienced and also does lots of things with their life. And I wanted to just have a short interview with you to say, wow, all the things you create in one life can happen with multiple hacks. It doesn't have to be just one hack, but today is full of answers that if you just did one of them, you'd have a better 2026. So tell the folks who you are real quick.
Well, I guess what I'm most proud of is my family, which is the most meaningful to me. We are now a tribe of 60.
Wow.
So we started out as a family of 7. I have twins and another 3 kids, and then we sort of mushroomed out.
And this is all just in the last 2 years. That's crazy.
Yeah. Well, I got married at 5, so it just went on from there. Yeah.
Well,
So
since I interrupted, I'll just say that you are correct. I think the ultimate hack, Rich Code hack in life, is family.
Yeah.
So that was really, that's really cool that you started 60. Wow.
Yeah.
I love it when I read a bio, or I read an identity and someone says dad or mom first, like they put that as their number one, or grandma, or whatever you want to put. But the point is, they're understanding that they're here for their lineage, they're here for family, they're here to actually create the ripple effect. So really cool.
Yeah. So everything I do is really for them, and everything else comes underneath that, which is making a difference in the world. And they are the first part of my world, and then the next part of my world. So right now I'm in the stage of still doing a lot of work as an entrepreneur, as coaching and giving back to the community. I'm head of DEI for the New Jersey chapter of the International Coach Federation, and doing some exciting work with that. And recognized this year by the New Jersey Business NJ Biz, it's called, as the 2025 Women in Business Leader, which is very exciting, for not only the work I've done, but also for the volunteer that I've done in the community. So that's been very exciting and meaningful to me. And right now, what I'm doing is preparing for my next book, which I'm putting together all the different work that I've done on teaming, coaching, leadership, executive coaching. And I think that will be kind of like my final book. which is very exciting. So
I know you're just teasing. That's your final, not quite final book. You have many more
not
books.
quite final book. I always keep saying, I thought when I moved after 30 years in Boston, and I thought I finished my doctorate, and I thought I finished my MCC, which is Master Level Licensure in Executive Coaching, both the European version and the International Coach, North American version. I finished, okay, I'm just going to be finished. But, you know, there are workaholics and now there are learnaholics, and I'm one of those. So I think you're going to have to be dragging me out, you know, at my centennial, still learning and hopefully working as well on something that I love, which is coaching executives to get out of their own way and helping them lead a work life that they can thrive in. So it's a work life that they learn adaptive skills so that they can have both and not one or the other.
I think you taught me a new word in just talking about that. Do you want to hear the new word I learned from you, or was inspired to learn from you?
Yep.
Purposeaholic.
Nobody
Purposeaholic.
talks about it.
Yeah.
Purposeaholic. Ah, I like that.
Because I
like
don't think
that.
it's just that you want to learn more. It's that you want to live more. You want to change more. You want to give more, and that's more on the purpose. Like your heart is really about what the Rich Code is attracting, which is share your gifts and have humanity benefit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. What are we here for except to make a difference?
That's right. And not all of us are awakened or realize that we can be that powerful. So yeah, so you started your first book when?
It's so interesting because I started my first book as an accident. I was actually still just about finished with my bachelor's, and I got a job working for the Ringel Institute of Technology. And no, the Ringel Institute of Gerontology. That's how far back it went in my career. And a husband and wife were writing a book together on elderly criminals. And what do I know about elderly criminals? Except that I was doing all the work for the workshops that we did around the elderly and around workshops and shoplifting and elderly and all sorts of things.
Really?
So I was offered to put in material about all that and the work that I did. And I'm like, of course I want to do that. And lo and behold, they called me an associate author. I thought I would get a chapter. And I was so thrilled. Unfortunately, the husband and wife after the book got divorced. But meanwhile, that was my first book. And I said to myself, oh, I can write. So their gracious and generous offer really led me to the beginning of a career also in writing, which was really exciting for me.
So I guess what I'm learning from this is that the elderly get a little more criminal, or that's a code.
Unfortunately, the kind of criminal stuff that they do, like the shoplifting, is really just a cry. What we discovered from the research is the stuff that they stole, mostly shoplifting, is they didn't really need it. It would be a lipstick or a blouse or something. It was really a cry for notice me.
Yeah.
I'm here. I'm alone. Pay attention to me. It was really heartbreaking in some ways to see that that's what you had to do to get the attention of your children or loved ones when you kind of saw that.
So I think actually a kind of interesting twist to this interview is that Cracking the Rich Code is about always making a legacy and feeling that you make a difference. If you don't feel like you're making a difference, you steal a difference to be noticed.
Wow. There you go.
Yeah, that's very powerful. I'm excited that Beth Robbins started the show with a book that she had, which is Carpe Diem, and it wasn't steal the day, it was seize the day. And seizing the day, and what Jim Britt does is causing this entire day to happen. And it's a ripple effect of actually showing purpose, showing that you want to attract people that are going to be your friends and be noticing you for the brilliance you are. And you bring up a wonderful point. If you aren't noticed and you feel alone, you feel desperate, or you feel unwanted, or you feel, gosh, why am I even here? And so you make some decisions that may not be serving you well.
Exactly, exactly. And it's really interesting because when you mentioned the Carpe Diem, what I was thinking about is how another saying really helped me move along. And do you remember The Field of Dreams, the movie?
Of course, if you build it.
And build it, and they will come. So I had a big decision to make, because I had moved in my career from being a teacher, which was what you did in the 60s for women, to being a social worker, which is what you did in the 70s for women, and to leaving my cushy corner office on leadership team and going out on my own, because I was finishing up my doctorate and I was very interested in the corporate world and being an entrepreneur, and going out and doing organizational change. And I was going out for another master's in organizational change. And all of a sudden, The Field of Dreams hit me. And build it and they shall come. And remember, it was this kind of field and imaginary
I remember
baseball players, and they talked it over, husband and wife, and if we build it, people will come. And I said, I don't know anything about business. I don't know anything about all of this. All I know is that if I go out there and I do it, that it will happen. And so I left. And it's like a big deal, because when you go from social work into the corporate world, it's like moving from Jupiter to Mars. And at first, that's what it felt like. But I felt I was in my element. I could make change happen so much faster. And I loved it. And I ended up partnering with a mentor. And I felt for the first time I could make real change happen so much more quickly, because I was doing organizational change, systemic change, and not just individual change through therapy. Then I learned, of course, it's not so easy to move a big system either, but it was moving at a different level, because you were moving individuals, teams, and the whole organizations. And from out of that came, in a sense, my next kind of career in terms of speaking at different conferences, now writing 5 book chapters on teaming in organizations. So taking that leap literally into the stratosphere, as far as I was concerned, really catapulted me. And it's Carpe Diem, really seizing that day. The movie did that for me, into that unknown, so to speak, while I still had to finish my dissertation, which is a different story.
Well, Dr. Mindy, we've gone way over the allotted time, and I want to say something to you that it's a compliment, and it's a very much what Cracking the Code is about. It is about actually connecting with people that are changing the world so you can feel more powerful together. I want to let my audience know that Dr. Mindy was asked if she would like to do a second, and she said, of course. A second Crack the Code means I get to have more ability to make a difference in the world. So thank you so much, Dr. Mindy. You will be on my show, of course, in the future, and John Verico was announcing that you're going to be on his show. So it's a ripple effect, isn't it?
Isn't it? It's amazing. Isn't it amazing?
You're wonderful. And by the way, thank you. I got a text saying Dr. Minnie would like you to interview her, and you are the only one being interviewed today that I know of. Everyone else did a TED Talk. So what you request, you get when you're playing big. So
thank you so much for this privilege. I really appreciate it.
God bless
Thank
you.
you, Dr.
So tell
Smiley.
people how they can reach you real quick.
We can reach me through LinkedIn or my
Dale
website,
Carnegie.
collaborativενetworks.net.
Hello.
Go ahead. Don't, not yet, David. Go ahead, Minnie.
M. Gortz at collaborativενetworks.net or my LinkedIn at collaborativενetworks.net. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. One thing I meant to say, and you reminded me with NJ, New Jersey. I'm in MD. I'm in MD, Maryland. All right. And so we are going to have Crack the Code come together in New York in the future, like in April. And we're going to meet each other and hug each other. But the other thing, we're going to find out where each of us live so we can actually make sure that when we're traveling, we meet another Crack the Code.
That's so
phenomenon.
beautiful. That
You're
sounds wonderful. I very much appreciate it. Take care.
Thank you. Take care.
Bye-bye.
Happy New Year.
Thank you.
All right. So this is Dr. Smiley. I have a wonderful team of people that are bringing all these lovely folks together. And my brother is next. He wanted to give a shout out. He's got the aqua blue notepad, which means he is ready to go. Look at that. I remember when you're on mute, David, but I remember when you picked me up at the airport several times, you always had the blue notepad out so I could find your car. So it was very brilliant.
Well, this was there. Who smiled first?
That's right. And you know who smiles first? Who does win. But guess what? I'm so tired of you winning all the time. I want to win once.
How you doing, brother?
I'm doing wonderful. What a beautiful day. Today is actually exactly what Cracking the Rich Code is about. It's about taking action. It's about not quitting, and it's about believing in other people. So I love your life hack teas. By the way, I wish I could say we'd done this, but we are doing this. My son and I this week are taking a picture of the shirts that you provided us at the event at the last one. I saw you.
All right. Sounds good.
So you ready to go?
Sure. Let's do it.
All right. So we met at Dr. Greg Reed's Secret Knock event. If I recall, that was at least once or twice, right? And yep. We have not just become friends. When you use the word brother, we've embodied the fact that we are really there for each other. And you have certainly proven it to me. I hope I can prove it to you when you come out to New York or you come out to DC.
I can't wait.
Yeah, you're going to be. And by the way, Jim is on board with Cracking the Rich Code being in Times Square and also in DC, Library of Congress, to celebrate the chapters, the authors, the speakers, and especially the Hack Tea leaders.
Right on.
I'm going to leave it to you. You're going to share how in 8 minutes you can crack a code and make yourself more rich in 2026.
Okay. So hi, everybody. My name is David Blackford, and I am a co-founder of Life Hack Teas. It was kind of actually my idea. So in a way, I'm the founder, but my daughter, Delilah, she is now 16 years old. But about, it was during pandemic 2020. I was reading a book and I was discussing some of the concepts with her, and she was 12 years old then. And I said, hey, have you ever heard of Henry Ford's quote, whether you think you can or you think you can't, either way, you're right? And she goes, no, tell me more. And I said, well, so go to your computer, go look up Henry Ford, tell me who he was, what did he do for society, and tell me what you think about the quote, whether you think you can or you think you can't, either way, you're right. And she came back about a half hour later and she said, did you know Henry Ford invented the car? And I kind of got a chuckle out of that. And we decided then and there that I decided then and there that I was going to help her learn some philosophy through the creation of Life Hack Teas. And that's kind of how it all started. And that summer, so that was 5 summers ago, she looked up probably about a half a dozen quotes. I don't know. This one's by Robert Sharma. There are no mistakes, only lessons. That's one of our original 28. You might be able to see some of the other ones on the back of my screen here, but we have 28 original designs. We're just now getting into the start of the marketing part. I'm going to make myself a proficient learner of how to do internet marketing this next year. That's one thing that I have not cracked the code on. So I'm looking forward to doing that. And I know I have a lot of people and a lot of resources that I can reach out to. And I know there's a lot of people out there that would love to help us as well. But anyway, that's kind of the history of Life Hack Tees. I mean, it took probably four years to really get it going. Again, we started with 28 designs, but then to program the website and to make it the way that we have everything is print on demand. So when you go to order a shirt, it just it gets printed and then it gets sent to you. And so we don't have to do any of the fulfillment. It was fulfilled by a company called Printful. There's probably quite a few of them out there, but Printful we found had the best shirts, and that's who we're using. And then the logo up there, that was kind of fun. I also have a younger daughter. Her name is Danica, and she is now 12 years old. But a couple of summers ago, we did a logo design contest through 99 Designs, which is now owned by Vistaprint. And so I don't want to say, well, I will say that it used to be a better website. After Vistaprint took it over, I don't feel as it is fluid as it used to be. Sorry, Vistaprint, if you see this, but if you want to know more, you feel free to reach out to me. But anyway, so we did a logo design, and then we designed all the shirts, hired a really great person here locally to help us design the shirts. And then during the incubation process of getting this out there, a good friend of mine, his name is Sergio Gutierrez, and he is a painter and a artist. Well, when I say an artist, he's an artist in multiple genres. He's an amazing musician, and he's also an extremely great artist. And we're doing a collaboration. And if you go to Life Hack Tees, you'll see that there is a, well, we're calling it the Sergio Collection. So Sergio Collection, and we have 4 designs, only 2 of them up are on the website right now. The other 2 we're working on getting up there. And we're going to be doing some more collaborations next year. And oh, so we're also going to be doing a new collection with authors. And I'm hoping Dr. Smiley and some of the people that through his connections will want to do this. But we are going to create an authors collection that's going to spotlight authors, and hopefully that'll get their books out there to more people, and hopefully they can shed light on us as well. And let me see. What else do I have to say?
Well, what else you have to say is Happy New Year.
Oh, there you go. Happy New Year, everyone.
And can I tell you what else you have to say? There's something else you have to say. You have to say what's on your shirt. I don't think you
Oh, I did. This one's Robert Sharma. There are no mistakes, only lessons.
Yeah.
It's kind of funny. My brother-in-law, he says, I would buy that shirt if it had a mistake in it. So I may actually do it and put a C instead of the K and just send it to him.
Oh, you have to. And the other thing, send him the wrong size so he can realize that there's really a mistake.
It's like a triple XL or
yeah. Well, Tanisha always sends me. She's the one who runs this whole thing. She always sends me an extra small, so she reminds me that I don't fit in everything.
That's funny. That's funny.
Yes, I met her actually in Atlanta recently, and I wore a really huge shirt, and I said, "See, I still don't fit in everything." So it's ongoing. You don't get that because you have the blue notepad. If she carried a blue notepad when she carried me, I'd come in the right shirt with the right size. But, yeah. So Tanisha was asking when you're going to come out to Atlanta. You're going to go to DC and you're going to go to New York. We want you in Atlanta too. We want these shirts everywhere.
I I would love to go out to Atlanta. I've never been there. I've been to Birmingham, Alabama, but I've never been to Atlanta, Georgia.
Yeah, Birmingham has no Atlanta. And I'm just going to tell you, there's a difference. I mean, we tried
difference.
We tried to say that San Diego is DC, and it didn't work either. So just so you know, there's a lot.
There are some big differences. What's the weather like out there right now in MD?
First of all, I can just turn you off right now if you just want to. So yeah, well, let me tell you this: it could be snowing, but thank goodness there's global warming to keep us warm.
There you go.
Yeah, it's in the 40s, which is unseasonably high. It's crazy. So listen, David, thank you very much, not just for being on the program, for being a wonderful friend and a brother. It's done everything you can to make me feel welcome in California. But most of all, thank you for making a positive difference in the world. I think your teas are just like my smile card, in that every time you show and give, you don't know what kind of ripple effect you're having. And it can save someone's life. It can give someone a reason to smile back. It can also give someone just a reason to be nice to somebody else. So thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Yeah. So have a beautiful day. Happy New Year. And I look forward to having you on the big show next year. I know that your book is forthcoming. And I want to say to the audience, this is a man who is the ultimate giver. His shirt embodies who he is. He buys books that he loves just to give them to people to make a difference in the world. So thank you, brother.
Appreciate you, brother. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
All right.
All right. We next have Deborah Jarvis. Deborah, come on in.
Hey there.
How are you?
I'm awesome. How are you?
I'm wonderful. Happy holidays.
Yes. It's good to be on this side of them.
Well, I will say that Jim Britt was so cool to say we have 600 people that are in cracking the Rich Code, and that we do an event to make our 2026 better. I don't think there's any event we've done this year that propels people into really taking just one idea or two or as many as they want and turning into a better person, a better abundant person, a better impact, and most importantly, someone that actually feels like they're really alive. And I think that Jim really brings that, don't you?
I do, and he's definitely got me motivated and working on a book that now that I have done this with him. So I'm really, really grateful.
All right. Well, hopefully we'll hear from you and be able to have you on my show as well. So I want to let the audience know who you are. So you are not only Deborah Jarvis, but you are Deborah Jade Jarvis. I mean, and I had to reach up and get the J, just so you know. I got the J, I brought it down. So what does J stand for?
Jean, Deborah Jean.
Deborah Jean.
Yes.
All right. And you are a local author living in the Overland Park, Kansas City area. And when you say local, I got to tell you, you're not as local to us as you think. I mean, we're in DC. So you got to watch that. I mean, when you're being interviewed in the Philippines or in Germany or in South Africa, and you say, I'm a local author, they're going to say, oh, you're right down the street. Well, Kansas City, I guess, is right down the street from Maryland. So she thrives in helping people lead with purpose, listen with heart, and create cultures of belonging. For the past 20 years, Deborah has provided leadership and cultural transformation, consulting for public safety and nonprofit organizations across more than 42 United States and Alberta, Canada, before consulting full-time. She served 25 years in public safety, including 8 years as a fire chief. She holds a master's in leadership studies and a bachelor in management. So if that doesn't qualify you to speak next, I don't know what would.
Well, thank you. Thank you very much.
When Jim Britt told me that you had the mic move, you were already on. I mean, you had me at mic move.
Yes, microphones definitely help, especially the nicer ones.
Yes, they do. Well, Deborah, the floor is yours. I just want to say you have an infectious smile. And I would say the number one Rich Code, I would say, is what you're armored with, which is beautiful spirit. So have a fun time. I'll see you in about 8 minutes.
Thank you, Dr. Smiley. All right. If I told you that the words you use moment by moment create the reality you live in, would you believe me? And if I told you that listening from your heart could repair even the most broken relationships, would you still believe me? Well, those questions I used to open my chapter in Cracking the Rich Code, Volume 19, because they've been true in my life anyway. Your words can either create a world of possibility, or your words can reinforce what feels impossible. Words shape what we believe. Early in my career, I learned how powerful words can be, especially when they're used carelessly. I entered a profession where I was often told directly and indirectly that I didn't belong. Sometimes it was blunt, other times it showed up as sarcasm, dismissal, or even silence. For a long time, I was in survival mode. I couldn't even imagine what thriving would be like. I was driven by determination, by proving people wrong. But that mindset had a cost. Negative words, whether spoken by others or repeated in our own heads, they can trap us in this endless feedback loop. It was an exhausting energy drain and definitely narrowed my sense of what's possible. Then one day, in the height of frustration, one sentence came out of my mouth that began to change everything. Someone told me my dream of becoming a fire chief was not possible. And I told him, that's your reality, not mine. And fortunately, somebody else overheard me. And he believed anything is possible when you have the right support system. He became my first mentor. And I didn't even know what a mentor was. I didn't even know I needed a mentor to help me decode all the unwritten rules at work. These rules are so invisible to everyone because they're deeply embedded in underlying assumptions about how we're supposed to act at work and what words we're allowed to use and not allowed to use. And my reality response to that guy who was bullying me, that evolved into my new mantra. That mantra also happens to be the title of my chapter in Volume 19 of Jim Britt's Cracking the Rich Code. Words create reality. Use them wisely. That shift in my thinking wasn't about pretending things were easy. Far from it. It was about not letting someone else's words define my future. And it also took one person to help me see that possibility. Take a moment now and think about who that person was for you. Give them a call today and let them know what a difference they made in your life. What I've learned over many years now, through leadership, building cultures of belonging, and a little neuroscience, is that words, they don't just express thoughts. Words trigger reactions. Our brains, they're wired for shortcuts that protect us. When something feels unfamiliar or threatening, we can react before we think. That's when words come out that we later regret. You know what I mean. I'm still a work in progress, especially with my hubby. The opportunity to leaning into is to pause. In those moments, pausing rather than reacting. You need to notice that before you say something. Notice that tight jaw, that racing heart, or for me, it's a tightness in my chest. And choose your words intentionally rather than reactively. That pause creates space for understanding instead of defensiveness. The most powerful turning point in my story wasn't just about changing what I said, though. It's about learning how to listen. My first mentor that I told you about, Fire Chief Tom Lorraine, he listened to me in a way that changed the direction of my life. He didn't judge me. He didn't try to fix me. He simply asked about my goals, my hopes, my dreams. He listened to the feelings beneath my words. He heard the discouragement and hope all tangled up together. He helped me imagine a future I couldn't yet fully see. There's a quote I referenced in the chapter I wrote that stayed with me too. Being close or being heard is so close to being loved that for the average person, they're almost indistinguishable. Let me read that again. Being heard is so close to being loved that for the average person, they're almost indistinguishable. I call this listening from the heart. That's what Chief Lorraine essentially did for me. It's much different than waiting for your turn to speak, though. It requires deep concentration to prevent your own thoughts from taking over. More importantly, it requires being in curiosity without judgment. In other words, do I care enough to ignore my assumptions about this person? What might this person be saying to themselves that's putting barriers up in their life? When we listen this way to colleagues, to family members, even people we disagree with, we help others clarify their goals and reconnect with their strengths. And in the process, we find deeper meaning in our own lives. If there's one thing I hope you take away from this, the words you use, especially in difficult moments, they shape what you believe is possible for yourself and for others. When we pause, listen from the heart, and choose curiosity over judgment, we open doors instead of closing them. Words can trap us in stories of limitation, or they can help someone, even you, imagine a future you don't yet see. Words create reality. Use them wisely.
Look at you, Deborah, bringing the house down. You know, they say, leave the best for last. So you're awesome. And you brought it all the way from local Kansas City. Well,
Well, it's local to me.
You know what I used to say to people when I said something that didn't actually really apply in the world, I guess I would say, as far as you know, because it was as far as you know, I know it. So what are your big plans for 2026?
Oh my gosh, I am going to write a book, and I'm still struggling with which it's going to be. I mean, a whole book, but I want to make them readable. I want to make them so useful instead of a bunch of academic kinds of, and there's nothing wrong with academia, but for the average person, we want to read something that is meaningful, that I can put to work immediately in my daily life. And so, that's my hope for moving into the future. That and learning how to use my e-bike better.
Well, I'll tell you what, I will share this with you. You've just inspired me to play a lot bigger I'm one of the final before Jim gets here. So you want to hear what I'm going to be talking about?
What?
So the first problem is making a book. That's the first problem. The second problem is what you just talked about, making a book enjoyable. I mean, believe it or not, if you have 100 people that make a book, almost none of them actually have the book seen or read or anything.
Mm-hmm.
But of the ones that do are lucky enough to have it seen and read. If you don't make it enjoyable, it's put down just as quick as, bad news, right?
Yes.
But the number one problem is far bigger than that. If you have a book and it's readable, if no one knows about it, it still doesn't matter if it was readable.
And I am so grateful to you for putting this together, because you're right. There's a lot of times people will watch, a YouTube shorter video, and then they find out about these books. So thank you so much for doing this. I am so grateful.
Well, please thank Jim as well. I just want to let you know, Jim attracted the people that inspired me to do this event. And the reason I did this event was I had a query, and my query was, these amazing people, I don't know them that well. I'd like to know them better. So why don't I show the world how great they are, and then I get to benefit as well. So that's number one. But if you do a study, I encourage you to do this. And by the way, audience, listen to me. It's a content-rich world, and content is not dangerous. It's beautiful. But if there's too much content, you don't know what to pick. And the only way you know how to pick it is that it shows up over and over and over again. And when it shows up over and over and over again, you say, oh, this must be something kind of important. But what really makes it important is when the world talks about it. And they say, Deborah J. Jarvis is the one to listen to or to read. And that's when your book gets bought. It doesn't get bought before that day, unfortunately. And actually, fortunately as well, because if anyone just did a book and it became big, we'd have, believe it or not, probably 1,000 to 1,000,000 more books per day than we have already. I mean, 1,000 times, 1,000 times. So in the world that I've studied so far, way less than 1% make it as an author, way less than 1% make it as a podcaster. And the reason that's kind of good is because everyone can talk. But can you find the right person that's saying something that moves the world in the right direction, that's committed to the fact they always will talk about it and they'll always be seen, causing a tipping point, which is what this is about. This is about people that will fight to make sure they're heard, fight to make sure that they make a difference, and fight to make sure the world is better.
Yes. And that's one of the things I love about the Brit books, because he's pulling together people who are talking about wealth in a totally different way. It's happiness, it's joy, it's kind of things that really bring that abundancy to your life. So yeah, thank you.
You're such a great culminating thought. So I hope you listen to my talk that's really inspired by you. And by the way, my mom's big number was 444, which happens to be on my phone right now. So
and I'm going to put this up here. If anybody wants
I double dog dare you to put that up there, Deborah J. Jarvis. Okay, first of all, it's out of focus a little bit. So pull it back to your face a little more. No, go to your face, because that's where it's going to get. There it is. See, I told you.
Yep. And that's the QR code for volume 19 with my chapter in it.
I didn't think you were going to do it. Everyone said there's no way Deborah J. Jarvis is going to do that. I mean, when she pulled the mic down, there's no way she's going to do the double QR code in focus mode. And you did it. So God bless.
Thank you.
I know this sounds strange, but I can't wait to go out to Kansas City and give you a big hug.
Oh, well, that's true. And I can't wait to come maybe to New York. We'll have to see.
Well, I'll tell you what, when you were speaking, Tanisha and I were doing three jumping jacks each. That's 6 to wish you up here to New York and Atlanta.
Oh, wow. Oh,
so don't let us down. We did those jumping jacks for you, honey.
That would be so fun.
All right. Well, tell Jim you want to go to New York, and we're going to plan it. But we're looking at the first or second week of April right now.
Okay.
With a train ride on Amtrak down to DC for the cherry blossoms to go to the Library of Congress.
Oh, I love the cherry blossom time. That is a beautiful time in DC. Yes.
And what we're trying to do now, no promise on this, but we're trying to have DC during the cherry blossom time for the very first time ever in history look exactly like Kansas City. We're trying to do a complete re-landscaping of DC. This is insane. Oh yeah.
We could use a little help that way.
All right. Well, you have a happy new year. Thanks for being on the program. Thanks for being part of the Rich Code. And most importantly, thank you for making a positive difference in the world.
Thank you.
All right. Have a great day. Happy New Year.
You too.
All right. So we are coming to the home stretch. For those of you who don't know, we started the Dr. Smiley Show in May 30th of this year. And we've done 803 shows. We decided to finish the year with a very important person, Jim Britt, who brings some of the coolest, most heart-centered people in the world together to share the Rich Code. And I embrace it at the highest level, because sharing the Rich Code is not just about dreaming. It's not just about being a good person. It's not just about having a beautiful heart that accepts humanity. It's about creating abundance so that you can actually take that abundance and move it into your dreams and make it into the difference you want to make in the world. Everything that comes from good hearts needs to be funded. And that's a fortunate thing, because it means that you're doing the balance in life. So I want to share something with you that will hopefully make a very big difference for you. And that is, we have an author-thon, and I was sharing in an earlier program today that a lot of people have difficulty creating what I'll call the reviews, the social proof. And so we're going to, in this time, give you a little snapshot of what you can do in 2026 to make your year better. So this is the Author-thon directory, and it's pretty cool because it not only shares lots of authors with books at very low prices, 99 cents all the way to $2.99, but it also helps people make Amazon bestsellers. So these are some of the Amazon bestsellers that became, you can see the gold star, and some of them, the ones you don't see gold star, I assure you they received them. But these people all got Amazon bestsellers because of the Cracking the Rich Code mentality of supporting each other. And not to boast, but I've done 75 reviews. But Here is Jody Martin, who's done 64 reviews and helped other people with their books. Kevin McGuire, in a very short period of time of 1 month, did 52 reviews. Beth Robbins, who you saw start the day. This is actually a misprint. It says 25. It really should be 52. And we did not update that, so that's my apology. And same with my son. He is at 52 as well. No, 51. I'm sorry, 51. And she is also, I think she's right at 50. And if you would like to have a nice, beautiful expose of who you are, your book, all you need to do is do 50 reviews or more. These are the actual videos that you can tap into. So here is Evan Monies. And if we go like that, and I'm just going to go to his show for a second.
Did
This
you
is
catch
Evan
me?
Money. There's Evan Money.
Absolutely.
So there is
Star Squad. I get to slip in here. I'm excited.
so this is actually J.R. Chapman, who's one of our top authors, and he's interviewing Evan Money, and Evan Money is right there. And I just want to share that this is authors interviewing authors and highlighting them, and the difference between someone that actually shows up in the world with a book and someone that shows up in the world with a social proof campaign is a night and day difference of whether you're going to have your book read, digested, internalized, and turned into something you wish you had created because you made that book. So the Authorthon is one very magical way that you can do that. We have Authorthons usually about 3 or 4 times a year. Be on the lookout. The last one we had was actually a commercial. It's a Authorthon 3, the gift. And you got 4 minutes to talk about your book and do a professional commercial that we aired and we also promoted. And so I'm going to just give one more hack for the Cracking the Rich Code, and that is the Smile Channel. So the Smile Channel is very much what you're experiencing today. This is your opportunity to be heard. So if you have a piece of content, which I've addressed is very normal for you to be able to say something, that's called content, and you have a lot of content, but you have very little distribution, you have something called a secret. And if you have very little content, but you have large distribution, which is not normally the case, you have something called noise. So the magic is marrying the two of content and distribution. So we're going to go ahead and look at, this is Smile Channel. So Smile Channel was developed this year out of a need to give publicity to people that are doing great things in the world, but not necessarily having any impact or very low impact compared to what they wanted. And this is a great way to finish the event today, is that we have these amazing people that make this happen. I would say at best, I would have the idea of doing this without the amazing help of Tanisha Carroll, who's in Atlanta, being the event person, and without my amazing partner, Dr. Michelle Mraz, to help clarify and edify and professionalize the vision, there would not be this beautiful show. And then I cannot say enough beautiful words about Daniel Pedamonte. He has turned books and their covers into cinematic experiences. Amy Cabrero in Philippines is an amazing, extraordinary giver. She happens to be asleep right now because it's 4 a.m. in her time, but she has devoted 12 and 24 hours a day on shows that we're doing to support them and help the guests get on. Faison Manzour, who you'll see very soon, is not just the person who implements this technology, but the person that has really been the champion of all of it coming together as professionally as I could ask at this time. We have our partner, Brian Arrington, and then his 2 team members that have assisted Tanisha in creating these events with as little issues as possible. These are some of the testimonials. By the way, this directory and the past directory are available to you simply by connecting with us, and we'll send them to you. These are the shows that we've done. And this is social proof. This is all social proof. There is Dr. Kevin McGuire. I highly encourage you to get this book, The Sleeper Code. We do believe it's so good that it will become a movie. And our hope this year is that our contacts in Hollywood will agree. There's Faizan Manzoor, number 2. He had the second most amount of views for his show. And if you want help with your social media and you want help strategizing how to make your content turn into a website, a webinar, a social proof machine, he is the solution, and we are so grateful to have him. Dr. Michelle Mraz, who has done roughly 40 books and given us her top books to publish. She has been a massive inspiration in what it is to polish the speaking experience and cause speakers to feel more confident when they're on stage. She has certainly helped me. Merv Jerzak is one of our newer authors and strategist, and he is in Albuquerque. He is anyone near the Albuquerque area. He's doing a huge event in April that's at a winery, and it's going to feature about 25 authors. Jody Martin is also in Atlanta, and she has a beautiful series called The Soldier Mom. And I will say that just like any of our other authors, if she didn't have the publicity, the campaign, the voice, and the opportunities to actually be in front of people, she was at Military Influencer Conference, as well as some other military veteran experiences and conferences, one of them being Army USA, which had 65,000 veterans at it. She is an amazing woman and certainly a leader. Get her books, support her, connect with her. My son, Kenny, who has done 14 books, his 15th book is going to be done with Itty Bitty Publishing on how to write a children's book. Sometimes I pinch myself that William Paul Young, a person who wrote a gigantic book that became a gigantic movie called The Shack, he is someone that has been on our show, and he is number 7 on the amount of views on the Smile channel. Beth Robbins, who started the day off, she has an event coming up on February 26th called Carpe Diem Day. And if you are a person that sees the day, I highly encourage you to connect with us so you can be part of that day. It's 24 hours of people that sees the day. Rehan Alawala is also in Pakistan. And actually, I should say that Faizan has moved to the UK, and we hope to have him moved over to the United States. But Rehan is an amazing educator, and he helps kids make a massive difference in the world while they're young, so they can see that they can make a big difference when they're older and an adult. And he is number 9. And finally, number 10 is Francine Jeline, and she has an amazing book series as well as a mastermind for authors called Children's Authors United, which meets every Friday. If you'd like to be part of any of these programs, January 9th is a very big event called the Acronemathon. January 9th is also Word Nerd Day. And so any of you have a large lexicon that would like to show off a word, my word will be smiles, seeing miracles in life every second. I hope I'm allowed to say this about my son, but my son's word is Adidas, and it is all day I dream about smiles. So I see the co-host and the reason we're here today. So I return to the stage to say hello to Jim Britt. Happy holidays, Jim.
Hey, how are you?
Well, I'm happy to see you. And I want to say to the world, when you know someone like Jim Britt, you play bigger, you show up bigger, and you actually become bigger. So, Jim, you're someone I just am so happy to know. The Carpe Diem, the rich code I have is find people that run a mastermind like you, join it, and watch your world flourish. And we have had an amazing day thanks to you. You have over 600 authors, 20 books, and you have many more books coming in play. And I'm just very touched that all the work we've done all year culminates on December 28th with a thank you to you for a mastermind that has made an immense difference for me. And I'll tell you a little secret. The reason I did this was to honor you. The second reason I did this was you have such amazing people in your community. I wanted to show the world that these people exist. And third is a selfish reason. I want to know who they are. They always talk about what they've done in the world, but I want to know who they are. So I got to hear their voice, and I got to hear who they were, and I got to hear their rich code. So the whole idea is you've made my life better in 2025. And I think that these people will make 2026 better. But more importantly, there's people that don't know that if they're part of your rich code, they get to be in a mastermind. Number 2, they get to be an author. And number 3, they get opportunities like this. So thank you very much, Jim.
Awesome. Thank you. Thanks for putting this together. I really appreciate it.
Well, John Verico did the podcast, which helped take a deeper dive, and it was definitely content rich. Our intention, obviously, is to have the appetizer feel of what a great community you've created, and also in hopes of every time you do a book, you say, we are having the Smile Channel show these 20 amazing authors. So I am putting that out and manifesting the fact that we will be your partner in showing the world every time there's a great book, there's great authors behind it.
That's great. Well, it's exciting. Actually, we're in our 20th, almost wrapping up our 20th volume now, and are already into 2021.
Right.
So it's pretty exciting what's happened, especially over the last couple of years. It's just like flourished. So it's the result that's getting produced is pretty amazing. The stories I hear, incredible.
Well, you don't know what an impact you have, and sometimes people never let you know what an impact you've had, but I'm going to let you know what impact you've had on me. I met you probably about 5 years ago, maybe even longer. I had seen you on the internet multiple times as a person of interest, meaning you just kept showing up as you either had an offer or you're doing big things in the world. And I just hoped one day I was going to meet you. You just had a distinguishing look about you. And I went to the International Women's Forum, led by Minnie. It was in Los Angeles. It was.
Yeah, I remember. Yeah, that's where we met.
Yes, that's where we met for the first time. And I saw you speak on stage, and I go, I was right. This guy is a cowboy, a gentleman, and certainly a person packed with great storytelling. And I got to meet you. I shook your hand. And then I guess it was about 4 years later, I said, I'd like to show off the great stuff you're doing because I think it's magnificent. Would you allow me to show off your book in Times Square? And you allowed it, and it became a more valuable friendship, I hope, for both of us. But for me, I just wanted to show you how much you meant to me. And then in being in your mastermind, I mean, indirectly, Jim, you've caused me to meet Beth Robbins, who has invigorated me to be just a better publisher, a better leader, I didn't even know I was going to get into media and publicity at this level, but I'll say between you, Beth, and the people in your group, I really have grown, and I've really loved growing with the support that I receive from your group. And every month you have the ability to share the wins. And my way of thanking you back is to say, let me show you what you created. You created a publicity machine that shows the world that there's goodness. And so this is for you. Thank you.
Appreciate that. Appreciate the kind words. And it's good to know that you've gotten such great results with it. I see people kind of flourishing to you and talking about you all the time. So I'm excited for you.
Well, thank you. This is your time. I wanted to end the show with you sharing your rich code. We had roughly about 30, I think, today share their rich code, and extremely valuable people. Every single person I heard and listened to, it's not just what they said and they shared, it's that they are living it. They are living it at the highest level. And I think that's the ultimate compliment to you, is that you attract people that get to write a chapter that may have otherwise just been a secret or just been someone who's not able to really have the impact they wanted to have. So I'm glad I was in volume 14.
We're always looking for people that's people have done well, people who are stuck and very talented, people who are starting out that need a boost, that's got a lot of talent. So, you know, coaches, authors, speakers, entrepreneurs, but we've got a mix of all of them. And as I always say, you know things I don't know. I know things that you don't know. And that's why it works, because of our collaboration. And like the mastermind, it truly is a mastermind. We've had people stuck, and we throw out, their question about, what they're going through, and there's always somebody that has the answer for them, if not multiple people.
Well, I wanted you here at the beginning of the day, and I do apologize that maybe there was some kind of schedule communication, but you were well represented by Beth and myself, and we shared what a difference. I think that's the ultimate compliment to you, is that you don't even need to be here for people to talk for you and be you in the moment of saying what you've created. I mean, Beth and I shared that 1 year ago today, she was not an author. 1 year ago today, I didn't really know her that well. 1 year ago, you allowed me in a mastermind to share that I had a podcast, and that podcast generated several people coming over, Beth being one of them. And I said to Beth, hey, I can't talk about publishing, because I said in the mastermind, this is about podcast. I said, if you want to talk about a book, we can talk about it another time, but we can't talk about it today, because otherwise there's a conflict that I'm having you here for a reason that I wasn't supposed to have you here. And so she said, yeah, I'd like to talk to you another time. Then I said, here's my link. And I sent it to her. And it was really me not ever wanting to misconstrue who I was in your group. I was a person that wanted to make a difference. And if someone wants me to make a difference by being a client, that's great, but it can't be because of what you say in the pitch, as it were. You have to actually be congruent with that. And I am excited about what John Verico is doing for you in podcasting. And I think that every single person in that group that's a podcaster should do something very similar. They should share how amazing this group is of people. So I would like to turn this over to you to share your rich code, and then I'm going to come back and we'll close out the day. How's that sound?
Sounds good to me.
All right. Take that as much time as you want.
Well, I'll take just about 10 minutes. So thought about this. What is my rich code? And I thought about a lot of different words that have meaning to me. But the one I landed on, and some of you listening may have heard this story, but the word resourceful. And it has a kind of a double meaning, but I didn't know much about it. 35 years ago, I was chatting with a friend of mine by phone, and we were discussing a book that we'd both read. And at the end of the conversation, he said, "Hey, Jim," he said, "what do you think the word resourceful means?" I said, "I don't know, maybe being more productive or using your imagination." I said, I don't know why. He said, "Oh, it's just an interesting word." And I said, "Yeah, I guess so." And that was the end of the conversation. And about a few hours later, I was driving home and I thought, what does resourceful mean? And it just kept ringing in my head over and over and over. Finally get home. We didn't have the internet or anything to go Google it or search it. So I went to the dictionary and looked it up. And it was defined as once again full of source. And I thought, wow, depending on what you think source is, that could be a very powerful word. Once again, full of source. So I thought, well, I'll look up the keyword source and see what the definition is. So I looked that up, and it was defined as where all things originate. Not some things, but all things. And again, I thought that's pretty powerful, depending on what you think source is. And I looked for another definition of source, and I couldn't find it. The next day, I went to the bookstore where I had some books on order to pick up. And I said, "Do you have an origin of words or different dictionaries I could look in?" And I couldn't find it anywhere. And so I just kept kind of in the back of my mind, anywhere I had the opportunity to look it up someplace and find a second meaning. It was about a year and a half later, and I was in the UK in a small town called Chester. And I was out for a walk during a break of my event. And I see a bookstore or a big building that said antique books on the back of the door, above the door. And so I walked in the back door because I was curious. I've always liked old books, and I thought they probably have a lot older books here than we have in the US. So anyway, the first book I see is a dictionary, and it's about this thick, like almost a foot thick. And it was all tattered and torn on the edges. I don't know how old it was. I have no idea. I always had to look at the publication date, but it had a sign on it that said, "Do not open." And I stared at that sign for probably 2 or 3 minutes. And finally, it hit me that that sign was for the people in the UK, not for me. I justified it. So anyway, I carefully opened the book and carefully turned the pages. It was kind of a brown looking pages, and landed on the word source. And it had some of the same things I'd seen before. And then I see one that pops out on the page. It said source defined as love. And I thought, wow, once again, full of love. Resourceful is once again full of love. I thought, wow. And I closed the book, and I walked out the back door, and I thought, how do you apply that to your life? How does that work? And suddenly it hit me. I thought, well, when you decide you're going to have something, whether it's write a book or take a vacation or whatever you're going to do, something that you want to accomplish, you actually fall in love with it. And that creates the passion to keep you moving forward until you accomplish it. And I thought, wow, that's powerful. And the more I walked along, I thought, wait a minute, there's a flaw in this. I thought, if all things originate in love, where does fear come from? Thought about that for about 10 minutes. And suddenly it hit me. I thought, oh, we fall in love with fear. We make up a story about what we want to accomplish, fall in love with it, and then we turn around and make up a stronger story about fear that keeps us away from it. And I thought, wow, that is powerful. And I couldn't wait to get back in and share it with the group. But then after the meeting, the next day I flew off to Toronto and had an event there and went out for a walk with the fellow that was co-sponsoring the event with me. And we suddenly realized we're pretty late and we needed to get back. And we walked out probably a good mile and a half. So we're hoofing it pretty good coming back. And I'm 6'4", he's 6'2", and we're walking pretty fast. Suddenly I feel somebody right on my shoulder. And I could actually smell his breath. That's how close he was. And he was walking in step with me. And looking forward, I could see him. That's how close he was in my peripheral vision. And I was about to turn around and go, hey, buddy, before you trip me up here, let's back off a little bit. But just as I was about to turn around, he started talking. And he started answering his own questions in another voice. And the first statement he made was, and God created man. And walked a few more steps, and the other voice came on and said, yeah, I know that. He said, but then God created woman. He said, yeah, I know that too. He said, but then God created fruit. And the other voice goes, fruit? He said, well, what does fruit have to do with anything? He said, well, inside the fruit, there's a seed. And he said, if you plant it, it will grow. And if you don't, it won't. And he turned and went the other direction. And I thought about that for a while. And I thought, when you fall in love with something, you plant the seed. Just like fall in love with your garden that you planted. You plant the seeds. What do you do during the spring in order to get a good harvest in the summer and fall? What do? You take care of it. You water it. You pluck out the weeds. More importantly, well, both are important, but you pluck out the weeds of negativity because the weeds will smother it and kill the plant. Same way with what you fall in love with. If you allow the weeds to grow, the weeds of negativity, the weeds of doubt, uncertainty, fear, anger, whatever, if you allow those things to sneak in, it's going to take over and smother out your garden. It's like the guy walking down the street and he sees a fellow with his garden and he walks over to it, a beautiful garden. He said, wow. He said, you and God have a beautiful garden here. He said, yeah, we do. He said, you should have seen it when God had it by himself, which is true. It takes two. Some people say, well, God led me here. No, you went there and God will support you once you're there. So if you want to live a life of negativity, God says, okay, you can live a life of negativity if you want. And so some people misconstrue what love is, though, because there's different forms of love. I love chocolate. Maybe you love your car or your boat, or you love your kids or your husband, your wife. You love your job. There's a lot of forms of love, but those are an attached form of love that will come and go at some point. But real love is when you plant that seed in source, plant that seed in love, and then you let go. You let go of the need to have it grow. You let go of the need to control the growth of it. Because once you planted it, then you're led in the direction you want to go. You see, it's not the law of attraction that brings things to you, it's the law of creation. And God is an energy that has all answers. And the way I see it is that we're in partnerships with that with that energy. And we can create anything we want as long as we keep the weeds out. So thanks for listening. I appreciate it. And I'll turn this back over to Ken.
Oh, you're not turning it over to me, young man. You're turning it over to us. So we are closing out the day. And so for anyone that is an author, wants to be an author, wants to be in a mastermind that will make a difference in 2026, Jim, would you tell them how to reach you?
Yeah, absolutely. You can certainly email me at jimbritt@jimbritt.com. If you'd like to, I'll send you an overview of what we're doing here, but it's pretty amazing. The reason I created this in the beginning was I discovered about 5 years ago that about 90% of people in the industry of coaching, speaking, and even entrepreneurs, authors, about 90% fail. And I thought, I want to do something about that.
You're being kind.
Yeah.
It's more than 90%.
You're probably right. You're probably right. Well, I read a report put out by one of the coaches federation or something, one of the coaching companies that certifies coaches. And it said 92% of their coaches fail. And that's kind of a sad thing when you think about it, because there's probably 1 million coaches in this country. And if 90% fail, it's 900,000 people that's failing that could make a huge difference in the world if they can just get out there. So I put this together with, getting endorsement by Tony Robbins, and Brian Tracy wrote the foreword. All of our books are #1 international bestsellers. All of those things help our co-authors to establish more credibility, more visibility, like on social media. It's a great attention getter. So, and in the mastermind, we added that pretty quickly, and it's just amazing because, as I said earlier, I don't have all the answers, you don't have all the answers, but together we come up with the answers. And so we're looking for talented people that want to take their business to the next level, and work closely with us and make it happen.
So, Jim, I'm going to be rather blunt, if it's okay, with your permission.
Sure.
You have a great book. You have great authors, but the real juice is your mastermind. Your mastermind brings a lot of people together that are from multiple volumes and allows them not just to have a voice, but to collaborate. And with that said, anybody, and I do mean anybody that is talented, as he says, wants to make a difference in the world, has some special juice that could do so, you will be in the right place if you join his mastermind and do a chapter in one of his books. And my gift to you to take advantage of this is you will be able to go to New York and DC and witness and be part of the community that celebrates cracking the rich code. So, Jim, anybody that puts the word smiley, can you just identify them as someone that gets some extra love in New York and DC?
Absolutely. Yeah. So contact me, jimbritt at jimbritt.com. You can look me up on LinkedIn and Facebook too, but just send me a direct email if you want some more information about it, and mention that you were on here with Dr. Smiley.
And you'll be smiling more. And you know what's the funny thing is that 92%, it is it's sad because it was just that they didn't have the right access point to make that difference, as you said. So this is an access point. Who you know, who you're with, and the hacks that you get from the Rich Code can completely change your acceleration, your trajectory, and you enjoying life better. If you think about it, you could work as hard as you want, but if you don't have the right answers, you're just working hard.
When I first started in the speaking business, I was business partners with the late Jim Rohn, and he was an unknown. Nobody knew who he was. We had to sell him because now you don't have to sell him, even though he's not around. He still gathered crowds, But it was interesting because I thought I need to learn from people who have done it. And I did a lot of research, and you couldn't do internet 45 years ago. And it took me about 6 months to come up with 26 speakers in this country that were making a living. like Zig Ziglar, Earl Nightingale, and Og Mandino, and Brian Tracy, and so on. And so I got the addresses of all 26, and I sent FedEx overnight morning delivery marked personal. So it went right to their desk, and 23 of them responded back. And all that was in there was a letter introducing myself, saying, I want to fly to your location, spend a day, spend an evening, take you to dinner, take you to lunch, whatever time you have. I want to interview you, and I want to learn more about how you became successful, because I'm entering into the business, basically was what I said. And 23 responded back. And I flew around the country for probably 8 or 9 months. And I met Earl Nightingale. I've done 3 seminars with him, which is kind of cool. A lot of people don't even know who he is these days, but that's a way back. One of the grandfathers of this whole movement. I spent time with Dr. Maxwell Maltz, the psychocybernetics book author, with Og Mandino. I did several events with Og Mandino, and Brian Tracy, and Dennis Waitley, and Zig Ziglar, and Art Linkletter, and on and on and on. And I got the permission from all of them to be able to call them anytime I wanted.
Wow.
And that's how I learned to do what I do. I mean, the collaboration, I never really thought of it as collaboration, but it was. I mean, we didn't get together as a mastermind. It would be nice if we could have, but we didn't. I just took it upon myself to go meet these people. And we've got people like that within our group that's available to everybody.
Can I give a rich code to the audience that they may not have just heard? If you want to get someone's attention, FedEx and get their attention, because no one else paid that little $20, $30, $40 to get their attention, and you just did, and you got their attention. I always go to people, Jim, when they're finishing their speaking, and I give them my book, and I say, here's my book, and I bought your book. In other words, I'm not just giving them something. I showed them, I supported them, and you wouldn't believe how many of them say, yeah, here's my number. And no one else knew to do that. Get the number and connect. And that's exactly what it's about. Show up, be different, stand out, and do something that is noticeable.
Well, I started after I did that, which they had great respect for that. They said that was fantastic what you did, to meet us. So it was hard for them to even say no.
Right.
But later, when I'd contact maybe a company owner for a speaking engagement, I did the same thing. And back then we had portfolios,
right?
Media kit, I guess you'd call it. And I had one of my friends that ran an advertising agency in LA, and I told him what I wanted to do, and he said, "Well, you want to make a kit that is so incredibly just different looking, that grabs your attention." So I did it all in black and white, and it was fabulous. And I put it into a FedEx envelope, overnight, morning delivery, and with all of my speaking stuff in there. And even if they didn't need a speaker, they contacted me back in some way. And I did that for years, and I got, that's how I ended up presenting at over 5,000 events in 31 countries. So it's that was part of the reason, not all of it, but man, that worked, and it would still work today. But
well,
you're right.
yeah, because if you send something today, people are like, "Oh, you're the only one that actually used mail. Like you didn't try and solicit me on social media or anything like that." I was thinking about the hypocrisy of if they had said no. You're writing the biggest person, and you're saying I want to play big, and I'm showing up just like you would, and them saying no. They can't say no to themselves. I mean, you just showed up like they would show up.
Yeah. You get so many speaking engagements that way.
That's great.
Just got to be creative. You got to just go out there and do it.
Well, what a great move it was for me to join Cracking the Rich Code community and being part of Volume 14. And as you know, Beth Robbins is having Seize the Day, Carpe Diem Day on February 26th, and you will be one of the speakers. You certainly can be one of the first speakers if you want to be midnight, because we're doing the entire day for 24 hours, people that seize the day, and you certainly are one that sees the day, but I don't think you want the 12 o'clock slot.
24 hours. Beth is incredible. Yeah.
She is.
When does that happen?
That happens February 26th, and I just want to acknowledge That happens because of your mastermind and your Cracking the Rich Code opportunity. I met her through your mastermind, and we have become friends. I have supported her visions. I've published her, I've marketed, and I said the best gift I can give her, just like I gave you, is an event. And we're doing an event for her, just like I did for you today, called Seize the Day, Carpe Diem Day. And if you look up February 26th, it is called literally Carpe Diem Day.
Well, everybody listening here needs to go to Beth's event, because Beth was the first person in volume 1 to join us.
Oh, by the way, she was very clear about that today.
Yeah. Well, that takes a lot of courage,
Yeah.
because nobody else had done it yet.
Exactly.
So she was first. And so that was exciting. And she's going to be in volume 20 coming out here in the next couple of months.
That's awesome. So I wanted to share something that I haven't shared anywhere, and I'm going to share it publicly, but it'll be with you, sir, is that the magic happened when she said, we were talking and she found out I was a publisher, and she says, I want to do a book about my mom. And the only reason I'm a publisher, Jim, is because my mom passed, and I talked for 30 years about being an author. And when my mom was dying, I said, I will do my first book. I've said I'm going to do for 30 years. I'm going to do it. So when she mentioned her mom, and I was thinking about my mom, I said, I'll be happy to publish your first book, because it was like a sign that it was time. It was time not for me to do my book anymore. It was time for me to help other people that want to do a book about their mom. So really cool. Very cool.
Yeah, that's awesome. That's awesome. Well, yeah, I'll participate on that for sure. So
you got it. Well, ladies and gentlemen, you have experienced Seize the Day. You're listening to a great playlist of people that play big, do big, and certainly can help you play bigger and do bigger as well. So please reach out to Jim Britt. Mention the word Smiley, and you're going to get all extra perks. I promise you that you'll get a lot more publicity, and you'll get a lot of value out of being on his mastermind, as well as you'll be able to be proud about saying I'm part of the Cracking the Rich Code volume.
Thank you so much, Ken.
Happy New Year, 2026.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, we are good. You are I've done 803 shows this year, 2025. You were number 10. You were number 10, sir. You were, I wanted you in my top 10, and you were literally the 10th show. Am I crazy?
Awesome.
800, that's 790 shows ago in 1 year. I said when I started the year, I wasn't going to do a show unless I did 365 shows. Now I do count each episode as a show. So this was you and me talking. That was one show. Me talking by myself. That was one show. So they're legitimately episodes. And to do 365, I promise you, that was intimidating for me. And we did 803. And it was just because we thought outside the box of how do we serve bigger communities. And if I didn't think of it, I wouldn't have hit 365. But the point is, if you're about a number, how do you get that number? You have to think outside the box sometimes. So I love being your mastermind, Jim. It's a great mastermind.
Yeah. Well, we've got one coming up next Friday. So
that's right.
January 2nd. Yeah. Look forward to seeing you on there.
And every time you have a volume, if you like what you saw and experienced today, I'll be happy to do this every time you have a new volume. I think it'll jolt your book into more impact than you've ever seen. I really do believe that.
Okay. All right.